Hello, friends, and welcome back to Proving Grounds number 18. I'm Brush. Joined with me is Falco Flyer. I gotta say, I've been practicing that intro for so long. It feels so good to get to say it.
You had the spotlight too, Brush, when you hosted the podcast on Monday. And first of all, you did a fantastic job with that. So we were kind of talking a little bit after, and you mentioned like, wow, this is hard. How does Popgun do this every week? And well, it does seem difficult, but you did a great job. Hey, we have two teams going head-to-head here in round one, Ink in the System versus Free Flow. So a little bit about these teams. We've seen members of Ink in the System kind of do pretty well in a few other tournaments too, and facing a tough Free Flow team. And again, this is going to be round one that we're going to be starting with. So you got to win two and you move on. You lose two, you're done. So the stakes are high early on, Brush.
Right. I mean, for context, in the greater event, there's 40 teams registered. Ink in the System is our 31 seed. Free Flow is our 34. So neither of these teams are expected to make it super far, but even in events like this, even in events where you're not expecting, take home gold, it's super vital to show up and play, especially as I think lower level teams. I mean, see Ink in the System all the time in low ink. It's really important that you show up and play and you get opportunities to play higher caliber teams and learn from your mistakes and watch that VOD back. So to start off, you're going to get some great parity from these teams, and the winner then is going to move on and keep fighting it out and trying to figure out what they can improve on for next time.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's great about Proving Grounds too is, a lot of these teams, even if they, might not, if they don't expect to make it very far, they know that this is what they're doing for their Friday night. It's, hey, let's play, see how far we can go, and then just kind of chill and vibe afterwards. But hey, let's hop right into our first game. We are starting off with Tower Control, Ink Blah Art Academy, and let's take a look at these comps, Brush.
Nautilus. I think that's something we've seen from Ray before on Ink in the System, but, still a little bit of a surprise to see it. On the other side, though, Shins for Free Flow showing up with some dualies. So, not our typical meta comp. Picks already flying off the map.
Yeah, not our typical meta. We are going to see two crabs there on the side of Free Flow, so still going to have that lethal special power that we know in this game. And right now, Free Flow seem to be a bit in control here as they are going to hop on the tower, getting 2-3 players down now on Ink in the System, and it looks like the tower will be contested. A crab here still standing on this left stack, and that tower did not go anywhere in that opening push.
We're only 30 seconds in the game, but Free Flow seems to be the one fully in control now as Shins hops on the tower, does a little dance to avoid that suction bomb, and is now going to choose to stall as their teammate does go down to that Trizuka, but burning a special, two specials, the Crab and the Trizuka, to hold that defensive and Ink in the System. So Free Flow with that Booyah Bomb now online, a great opportunity to keep moving forward here. Special still ready.
Yeah, they're really going to be trying, but here, I mean, Ink in the System is really not letting go any of the pressure that they had put on. Of course, they kind of gave up mid a little bit, but what's hard is you did also give Free Flow control of it. Looks like both of these stacks at this point. So we are going to see a 3v3 scenario. Velvet going to be going down as they were using some strikes. So Free Flow still a little bit in control, just chipping away at members of Ink in the System. But again, this pressure now being applied by Ink in the System as they are contesting more at mid, but again, just not having the player advantage.
I mean, it's just one of those things, Falco. Like, it is so dogfighty in the opening seconds here, and it's going to take a while for a team to really establish themselves and push forward. That's what Free Flow is trying to do here. Specials online for them, but Xenocakes unable to find the push top left, trying to pick with that Trizuka. Now they're going down on the tower. So, I mean, just picks left and right for both teams. It looks like the tower now going to get stalled by that second checkpoint. So, not a great push, but clearing that first checkpoint that you need to do early.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, now we're about 2 minutes in, where the first minute was really just a stalemate where we saw all of these staggered specials. So this was really the first coordinated push that we did see on the side of Free Flow, but now the tower is going to go back to mid, and it looks like Ink in the System going to have a one-player advantage. Now it is a 2v2 situation as Velvet is trying to poke their head around here on the ramp to try and apply some pressure, going to be throwing some strikes, and now this looks like Ink in the System's opportunity as they're going to breeze by this first checkpoint.
And this is a much better position to be in on a push here where they have the momentum moving past that checkpoint. The unfortunate thing is if you lose those players who are making the space and making the momentum, your push is fully dead. So Ink in the System goes 3 down there trying to make something happen. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think he's an unlucky fight taken by that Slosher, for Ink in the System, but all of a sudden with 2 minutes left, your push is dead in the tracks, and FreeFlow has a ton of map control and is ready to keep moving.
Yeah, they really do have a lot of map control, and I mean, this is really going to work out in their favor, especially just having control of mid and knowing that the tower's not really moving. But once again, pressure, 3 players now going to go down, and that's going to be the wipeout. So here's where Ink in the System is going to capitalize. And remember, they already did get past that first checkpoint, so in theory, they should be in a good position to take the lead right here, approaching this second checkpoint, and it looks like they are going to do just that.
Divya's crab on top of that little statue there, just a lot of damage, and it keeps everyone away. So you notice as soon as Divya backed up, that's when FreeFlow collapsed. So now a 4v3 situation with Specials ready for FreeFlow. Divya gonna do some dancing, trying to make something happen in this left tree area. They're gonna go down instead. Not much of a stall from them with 1 minute left now on the clock. Picks flying everywhere, left and right. Though Ink in the System, out of nowhere, comes back on top. It's just JJ is trying to make something happen, finds a trade, but 58 seconds remain, and Ink in the System is pushing once again with the advantage on their side.
Yeah, they're doing this without letting go any of the map control that they had when they made their push originally. It is just going to be the Nautilus who is alive now for Ink in the System with just under a minute left. So FreeFlow going to be capping a little bit of mid here, try and give them a little more real estate as they have 2 crabs online. It looks like one of them might be setting up here on this left stack to apply some pressure. Not quite ready to take just yet because they don't have the player advantage that they were hoping to have, but they do have control of mid.
20 seconds now remain. Special advantage on the side of FreeFlow, which is the only position you can be in if you want to be taking the W. But a beautiful Try-Zuka shot there is going to take down Gizmo on the tower. A 4v3, and Shin's crab is wasted without any utility off of it. There are 5 seconds left, Falco, and the tower is now in a scramble from FreeFlow. FreeFlow with Specials online, though a nice crab. Able to counter that tower. I mean, it feels like a GG Booyah from Splatoon 2, Falco.
Yeah, basically a GG Booyah. You know, we see a lot of these GG specials and tower control here. You have the strikes, you have the Booyah, you have a GG Crab definitely is a thing as well too. So Ink in the System, a pretty impressive win there, coming from behind about halfway into that match. But it just really came down to getting that wipeout. We only saw it like 1 or 2 times in this game, and of course that's always when you need to capitalize and push up. But just goes to show the back and forth between these 2 teams with how aggressive they were in their opening pushes. Once Ink in the System found their footing, it was very hard to stop them.
And I mean, I feel like one thing about a massive bracket like this that we see in Proving Grounds is that every game, especially early on in the evening, matters so much because it's a lot. You don't have a lot of time to kind of learn and recognize what your opponent's doing. You just have to kind of go. So Ink in the System able to, within that game, identify, oh, we're on the back foot here. FreeFlow is the team taking space, pushing us back, and making us move around the map. The ability to adjust mid-game and such on a micro level and say, oh, we gotta, start running our specials differently, start taking different positions. That's how they're able to convert that game from where they were behind to in front, and now they're up the set 1-0. They just need one more to move on to round 2.
Yeah, we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that round 1 being a best of 3, very non-forgiving format here in Proving Grounds. But hey, that's the way we like it. That's how we get all of these games in on a Friday night. We are going on to game 2 now, Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. And of course, this one, not always the hardest part getting to that first checkpoint if you're taking it on the right side, but you really got to be coordinated with your pushes and be patient if you want to take it from that checkpoint to the podium.
I don't know why this didn't occur to me, Falco. FreeFlow is Outcast Ninjas. I don't know why that didn't click in my head, but they rebranded. So we're actually seeing like a rematch of like very old Splatoon or Low Ink team. So these teams know each other real well. So very interesting here. Like I remember playing these guys in like Splatoon 2 like a year and a half ago. So this is an old rivalry we're watching as comps come out for game 2 on Humpback.
No better way to start off the night. We are going to see some changes here. We are going to see the Gal come out on the side of Free Flow. We're going to see the bucket too from Velvet. And it looks like Free Flow going to be getting that first pop, but really no pressure is being applied after that, as some of the miss there is going to be displacing. But Velvet getting a nice double. Can they get the triple on the other player? No. And it's going to be JJ, the other bucket player, who walks away with that. And Divya is going to be trying to go to this checkpoint, but no, not going to get there before JJ stops them.
Oh, it's a dogfight in mid. Flank after flank from those Tri-Sloshers. JJ is the one who's going to be able to come out on top. They're finding a pick now, popping that Inkjet. Going to get canceled there by Divya as specials come out for Ink in the system. A 2v4 advantage. The one player on the side of Free Flow is that Booyah Bomb. So Ink in the system now, with juice in their veins, is finding their picks, and it's their turn to try to move up and find an advantage here. Still, though, their first checkpoint in the world.
Yeah, a lot more aggression that we have seen so far in this game than in the first game, all being led there by Velvet getting a few picks there, and now that is going to be the first checkpoint that is going to be broken here for Ink in the system, as they are still applying some pressure. Luna going to be getting the Zuka out. Can they get some splats? No, not before going down to a crab. It is just going to be Ray who's going to be opting to hop off of the map without getting splatted, so that is going to allow Free Flow to get the pop. Divya is waiting for a perfect opportunity to push up here on these dualies, and it looks like Free Flow now going to be taking this Rainmaker back to mid.
That was an interesting decision to jump it off the side there. I'm like sitting here trying to figure out why. The only reason I can think of is that maybe you get to respawn, you get to regroup with your team faster because you weren't going to make anything happen. But regardless, it means that your team is down players, and Free Flow is going to have a huge opportunity, one that X-Neo is taking advantage of right now as they pop the first checkpoint for themselves.
Yeah, they are getting very close if they want to take the lead, and still applying pressure on to this Rainmaker. They are going to be picking it up and taking it, so it looks like Ink in the system going to be losing the lead, but look at that, JJ getting a nice double there with the Inkjet, and still applying some pressure. 2 players down on Ink in the system as Free Flow hoping to push this Rainmaker even more.
A map of single-point pushes and a game of Tri-Sloshers, but somehow the Rainmaker has found its way underneath that ledge. 38 points there is not phenomenal, but halfway through this game, that's the leading push. So that could be a game-winning one. And Velvet, the Tri-Slosher, popping that Inkjet and finding a beautiful pick. Now looking for another one. Not going to quite find it for the end of their special, but a beautiful play there from Velvet as their team now goes 2 down.
I swear, at the end of this, we need an Inkjet snipe count, because we've seen it from both sides, from both of these players. JJ and Velvet have been doing fantastic jobs with using these Inkjet. Now the Rainmaker is going to be resetting here, so still a pretty close game with Free Flow just edging on the side of winning right now. They are going to have 2 players going to be going down. Luna going to be using the Zuka to help break the barrier and get some more space at mid. They are going to be picking up the Rainmaker, trying to take it left, and they are able to get a splat, so they might have a little bit of wiggle room, but I believe one person is chasing them. They're going to be opting to hop up here. Oh, they can't make the jump. I was going to say, Brush, that could have been a very dangerous push if they could have made it up that ledge.
Yeah, JJ on the respawn, though, was playing a little bit of insurance there. So not only would they have had to survive the player from behind, they would have had to also get through JJ. So a very risky play, and it might cost them now, as only 80 seconds remain in this game. And Free Flow is once again completely locking out mid. Opting to grab the Rainmaker now to find a couple more points. That's Free Flow, but I mean, not quite having the space, and Ink in the system feeds into mid there as Gizmo with that 52 gal able to get pick after pick.
Yeah, and this is kind of the moment with about 1 minute remaining, how you want to handle the game, because it's not quite long enough that you can just kind of hold and stall mid. You still need to show some aggression, because you know the other team's going to be building their specials, and you're going to have people like Velvet flanking and pushing up here, getting a splat, and just leaving one of the members in a soft reset. So here's Ink in the systems. I'll say final push at this moment. They might get the Rainmaker 2 or 3 times during this push, but they are going to need to get this closer and closer every time.
Divya, the Rainmaker carrier, now is all alone in mid as Velvet tries to open something up ahead, finding a nice snipe. That's Velvet on Gizmo, though. Going down on the respawn is That's X-Neo finding the pick now, getting another one on Ray. So it's a 1v2, just Luna with the Rainmaker, but stalled out by that miss, and they're unable to find the lead. So a much more coordinated push now Ink in the system has ahead of them as they start to look towards overtime.
Yeah, Ink in the system needing to play very patient here. One of the members on Free Flow is going to go down. How long can Luna survive with this Rainmaker? The killer whale is going to be coming out. It's going to be hard to avoid. It's going to be sidetracking a little. 2 players going to go down, and Luna's going to go down as well. So, in our opening round in a best of 3, we are going on to game 3, Brush.
What a wild play there from Free Flow as they popped all 4 specials, not simultaneous, but staggered them all. So once Divya, I think that was the Rainmaker carrier there, survived 1 special, they had to deal with another, and then we saw at the very end there, even the crab came out. So a good job doing a nice stagger there by Free Flow. That keeps Ink in the system at bay. And yeah, they're not able to find the lead as our Gridlock bronze medal holders, Free Flow, take game 2.
Yeah, and I think the stagger of the specials there was actually very, very important because, you always do want to coordinate your specials, but that doesn't necessarily mean like everybody use them all at once. Because in that situation, if you use all of your specials at one time and then it's over, the rest of the team carrying the Rainmaker will probably have specials of their own to help them push forward. So making them stagger, making the Rainmaker always have to pull back and drop back. And we saw Luna had to actually go back to mid a little bit to avoid the whale before some of these other specials came in. So that was very well played there for Free Flow to help save them the win. But yeah, we will be moving on to game 3, Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge. And man, this one, it is tricky because there can be a lot of real estate in front of the basket, especially like as you drop down towards mid. If you're not paying attention to any flank, you're gonna have a hard time. So this one can kind of snowball out of control, but of course it's all about how well these teams can work together.
One of the interesting things about Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge, to me, Falco, is that, yes, it can be incredibly snowballing, and it can be an incredibly high-scoring game, but sometimes we see 4-minute stalls, 4-minute neutrals. It's one of those games where once the first pick comes off the map, if a team knows how to capitalize, they can completely wipe 60 points off the board just like that. So what you end up having is crazy passive games. Nobody wanting to make that aggressive play. Nobody wanting to make the move to get the first pick because it puts themselves in danger. But once you get control of mid, then you can start to snowball, as you're saying. So it's going to be very interesting if these two teams decide to opt to play a slow opening, to play something passive early, or if they're going to, wait it out, just start throwing themselves at the opponent early and hope that they can hold on to a little bit of ground for those respawns if necessary.
Yeah, and I mean, just like for any of the modes, positioning of the crab is going to be key. We are going to see a Zipcaster come out here. We are going to have the Dark Tetras that are coming out. So we will likely be... oh, no, Reef Slider. Never mind. I was thinking of the other Tetras. But we are going to have the Vat come out, too, because JJ is going to be using the Brella with Beacons and Brush. Or Beacons and Back. I can talk tonight. You're Brush. They don't have a Brush. I'm talking Brush.
The bucket there, that's going to be an interesting matchup for that tent. Sometimes if you don't know how to position yourself in the tent well, it's going to be you going down, but instead it's the tent player who's going to go down first. Now the crab having to do a little bit of background work, not able to take the advantage, but JJ doing a great job with that tent umbrella to find one more pick. So now a 4v3 on the field. Free Flow looks like they're going to have the first advantage.
Yeah, they are going to have the first advantage, having 8 clams at their disposal right now. And it looks like Neocakes here is just waiting for an opportunity to push up, but some of the rain was in their way. They're going to have to back up now. One power clam is formed for the side of Free Flow as they still have a little bit of control. Ink in the system now using some of their specials to try and push forward. But look at this. We see Shins trying to find a way that they can really manage this, and they're going to be using the Reef Slider to try and push in, but one of their players on the other team is already going to get splatted, so it's a 3v3 situation. Free Flow really taking their time to try and get this, but it's going to be very difficult with the crab.
Shins with those Tetradualies trying to be, a rat in your face, but instead it's a 1v3 on the opponent's side. They're the ones going down. Now Ink in the system have the advantage off of that. Now they're finding another pick, a 4v3 once again. Crab online from Gizmo for Free Flow, but with bombs behind them, they're going to take a little bit of damage. They're not going to be enough to find a pick quite yet, though, eventually getting Luna down. So we're a minute and a half into this game, Falco, and we've seen no points on the board.
Yeah, and I'm not really surprised at this point because I feel like when we do see a push, it is going to be a good push. Most of these teams don't really do a one and done and try and, just, you know, score one claim and have nothing to show for it. Like this, JJ's going to have an opportunity to try and push some in, and they are, so a lot more claims are going to be coming in. Now FreeFlow going to get below the 60 mark, still applying some pressure, but it's just going to be Shins who's trying to hop in here, find a way to try and break towards the basket, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. So the opening push just about halfway through the match of time remaining, getting below 60. So that is the push you want, but not necessarily the game deciding push quite yet.
That was a huge pick for Shins off of the end of that push. That stalled Ink in the system long enough that they weren't able to instantly retake mid. And what you're left with now is another dogfight where you're fighting just like the opening for a pick that Shins goes flying off the side there. A 4v2 now makes it a 3v2 on the field. So Ink in the system, despite having the advantage, they have so much ground to make up on points that they're flustered trying to get to the other side of the map. You're trying to manage the clams, and with 2 minutes left, it's only now that they're finally going to maybe get something happening, though. With no power clam in sight, Divya Crab is all alone and going down. Ink in the system doesn't have the utility to make something happen.
No, they are really struggling. I mean, they have some clams, and look, 2 of their players have 6 and 7 clams right now, but really nothing to show quite yet because FreeFlow still able to get a few key picks that they need in order to keep the player advantage and not let Ink in the system get too comfortable with their clam economy. But right now, Ink in the system doing a better job. And, you know, if they can just build their specials and maybe push in one at a time, it could be key to help them score. And I think they are getting a little bit more map control at this point as 3 players going to be down. This has to be Ink in the system's opportunity to capitalize.
2 power clams and a pity clam back in spawn. Clams are ready to end this game if they can just get tossed in. There's the lead for Ink in the system. Now more on Ray's back there as they hold this snipe with a strong range from that Nautilus. Another couple of clams go in. 36 left as 1 minute is on the clock. There's the pity clam jumping in. They just need 2 more clams to end this thing. 1 more with 60 seconds left, but they don't have it quite yet. As the player cycles back, a pick on JJ, and there's the final clam to end it all. Ink in the system, 1 push and done, Falco.
What an incredible push there. The one and done for Ink in the system. You know, especially, you know, controlling one of the members, I think it was JJ who was pushing in with the 10. Just, hey, I have another Zuka shot. I need to just turn around, shoot them so one of my players can hop in and get the score. So a fantastic victory for Ink in the system there. Well, man, here's a replay here of the final moments of this push. So we see Ink in the system, we see Luna jumping in. I didn't know if that claim was going to go in. It had like some arc to it, but here is coming up the shot on JJ that we do see from the Zuko. Look at Luna popping it, just hopping back and getting a nice shot there. So what a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful win for them.
It really did feel like an ooh shiny moment, right? You hear the little sound effect that your Zuka's ready and there's someone in your face. I mean, why not, right? Who needs to hold ZR when you can tap it once and find the pick? So, hey, Falco, this is a matchup I want to see an alpha bracket of low ink this month. I mean, these are teams that have made it there before. I just don't know if we've ever seen it on stream in this fashion because, I mean, that was a fun match. It's over far too soon.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times we don't even see round 1 of Proving Grounds just because, you know, like, it's hard to hop into a match when you know there's going to be 3 games, and honestly, a lot of these sets don't even go to 1. A lot of round 1 literally are just like 2-0s, and that's pretty much it. So I'm glad we got to see that match, and like you said too, 2 teams that we wish we could have seen in maybe like an alpha bracket of low ink, because that would have been a very exciting day 2 feature. But I am glad that we got to see it on our opening match here in Proving Grounds 18.
We are trying to get speedily here into the next matchup. As our lovely stream producer Elemental and our TOs Wolf and Toasty try to get that going for you, and everyone else behind the scenes here at IPL for Proving Grounds number 18. I'm doing my best to stay hydrated, Falco. And HammerLocke Stadium and OctoP, I hope they're doing the best to make sure their arms and hands are nice and stretched for this round 2 matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, so OctoP, I think a lot has been said about this team and how really the past few months they have been popping off. You know, winning LSL is doing really well. I think winning low ink too, perhaps. But I know at least being, you know, low ink ban. No, wait, they got low ink ban for beating Destiny troops at LTC.
Yeah,
I recall that.
We had a little bit of a salty TO, I might say. No. But yeah, OctoPi had a crazy showing. LTC. I remember standing there with Popgun watching them on main stage. His jaw basically on the floor. He leaned over to me and said, "They're low ink band." And sure enough, I wake up the next morning to a nice little tweet from OctoPi. So, hey, we got a nice low ink band team here against HammerLocke Station, which is a pickup, I think, question mark, but players notable Cloud, Athen, Weem, and Echo. So we've seen these players around for a long time.
Yeah, through many different organizations and teams that they have played for, exactly. And I mean, they know the team that they're going up against, OctoPi, because I feel like when you improve so quickly, as much as OctoPi has, it's hard to predict how well that they are going to be playing today. You know, I don't know if they've had like an off day, or you don't know the pace that they've been improving so far. So, you know, HammerLocke Stadium just going to be going in and doing their best for this match. So, I mean, as any team should do, and OctoPi is going to be doing the same thing. But yeah, since this is round 2, it will be a best of 5, so a little more relaxed here. And a little more forgiving if you do lose, but yeah, it's still the pressure's on both teams.
So here we go as we get ready for our Game 1 Splat Zones on Mako Mart. OctoPi's roster strong as ever. And we're back to best of 5, Falco, which is a little bit of a sigh of relief for me. I'm sure these players, they didn't have to play around 1. But I'm sure they're glad that they're not in the best of 3 hot seat that we just saw on stream. So, you know, a little bit more time to kind of make calculated decisions, start to change up what you're doing. But that all starts here with Game 1. Splat Zones Mako Mart.
All right, and let's hop into here for our first game. We're going to be looking at the loadout for OctoPi in the yellow and HammerLocke Stadium in the purple. We're going to see zaps on both teams, so we're going to see the cooler. We are also going to see the wiper come out for both teams as well. So we're going to be seeing some stamp action as well. So kind of mirror-ish comps enough for 2 of the weapons, but you know, the main differences here are going to be the leader and that carbon. So with that, HammerLocke Stadium quickly getting control of the zone here as they're doing a quick lockout on OctoPi.
It's a debate between is passive E-Leader better or worse than in-your-face Carbon Roller. And so far, HammerLocke Stadium, the Carbon Roller, their Weem, they're going to go down, but they've been able to get the first hold here, already 30 points down, and a little bit more. So as Lemon pops that hammer, finds 3 of them there, and they're going to get the lock into their own, but the first push going to HammerLocke, so aggression is going to be the first lesson takeaway in the first 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, OctoPi did a fantastic job there at countering the lockout that HammerLocke Stadium was able to present to them. And they still seem to be in control right now, as it looks like one of their players was there on the stack using the crab, but no, it's going to be the wiper for the side of HammerLocke Stadium who drops down first to help cap the zone, and that is going to allow OctoPi, it's going to make them push back a little bit. But here's the range that we were talking about, Brush from Potato using the E-Leader, getting a nice pick there. Cooler going to be online along with the Wave Breaker to try and push forward, so that's going to allow Potato to push up and potentially lay some mines in front of this left stack and take control of the left stack. So we'll see how well that they can continue this pressure.
Potato unable to find a follow-up pick through all that madness, but their team is able to move ahead. So sometimes just a laser in your face is enough to take a lot of space. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but HammerLocke Stadium now much on the back foot as lead switches into favor of OctoPi. And look how far up Lemon is, terrorizing in that snipe area. They're super weak here, but with a hammer ready, they don't want to drop off. Instead, they're waiting to find an opportunity where no one's paying attention to throw a hammer at a crab, find the pick, waste the hammer of the opponent, and now from the backside, hope for this pick, but they're going to go down. So a nice play there by Cloud, recognizing that the Wiper player is behind you. But through all that madness, Falco, OctoPi holds on to zone, and they've got 20 ticks left.
Yeah, and I think OctoPi played that very well, even if it was uncertain if HammerLocke Stadium was going to get the cap. They showed the aggression, still applied a ton of pressure because they know they didn't want to get any penalty points, and that is actually what helped them to their victory. So just continuing, even if it gets a little feedy, you know, and you typically wouldn't do that in every situation, as long as you can keep the penalty points away from you, that is going to help you progress. And again, exactly, that worked out exactly for OctoPi. Even though they didn't have the first push, they got wiped out early on, they quickly came back and got the victory.
Here's a question for you, Falco. Would you put lemon on your potato? Because I'm sitting here, and for some reason, the coordination between the Potatoes E-Leader and a frontline menace of a Wiper there from Lemon is a combo that, at least in Splatoon 3 on Splatoon's Mako Mart, is proving well worth it.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't always put lemon on a potato, but hey, if it works, it works. You know, don't knock it till you try it. I assume you've never had a lemon on a potato before, so clearly it's working out for OctoPi. And yeah, they do have a pretty extensive roster this time around, and it looks like they will be subbing out one of their players to. They're going to be getting Rose for lemon. So let's put a little rosemary on our potato this time. How about that, Brush?
You know? I wish I could tell you what Rose would be playing here, because I mean, I wish I could just keep this moving. But instead, I think I just have like a smorgasbord I need to try out when I get off the mic tonight. So hey, OctoPi subbing after a win, which is not something you always see, but it does mean that they're paying close attention to the map modes this round. Splatzone's Mako Mart favoring that combo, but Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard, where we're moving next. I mean, it makes sense to me that you might not want to have such an aggressive weapon that can't paint so well. Instead, maybe opting to put in something that does a little bit better with those ledges.
Yeah, and I feel like Wiper here could be tricky with the stamp just because, you know, there's a lot of verticality that sometimes it can be pretty tricky. So yeah, we do see OctoPi not opting to have any stamps, but HammerLocke Stadium is. And it looks like OctoPi now going to be switching, Potato's going to be switching to the Firefin, and we do have a DC, so we are going to get these players back in to get this one started once again. But I still have a blaster. I believe that's a range blaster on the side of OctoPi, so it looks like we'll be having some Wavebreaker action as well.
So they're gonna opt for the range blaster over the Wiper, and hey, that makes sense to me with a map with so much verticality. And if you're struggling to be able to, you know, get in their face, the Wiper I didn't think was having such a hard time, but maybe they felt something different. A little bit more range, a little bit more chip. That's going to be a huge difference for their team, and it's going to mean as well the range blaster, a great defensive weapon for Splat Zones, or sorry, for Tower Control.
Yeah, I mean, but with the range blaster too, you need to make sure that you have paint for them to maneuver and just be sneaky. I mean, it's nice that you do have a little bit of a range, being a range blaster, not a vanilla blaster or a Luna blaster, but yeah, you definitely need the paint to support that. And I think OctoPi knows that, and especially with having the NZAP and the splash, they're going to be well supportive of it. But yeah, it looks like on the side of HammerLocke, you know, they aren't really going to be changing. We are going to see the Neo Splash come out. We are going to see the strikes. But yeah, the same weapons all around for HammerLocke Stadium.
No funny business here, but the extra 30 seconds to maybe strategize your opening. That's something OctoPi is proving they took advantage of, as they're able to find a quick pick on one of the two shooters of HammerLocke. That's the Zap now on respawn, though. Weem going down on the respawn, and there's the Splash-O-Matic, sorry, down as well. So a big opportunity for OctoPi if they can get through this checkpoint early, though. Pincher not having a lot of space to move around. Just great sub usage from HammerLocke.
Yeah, and OctoPi's really just been getting through these checkpoints too, as Potato just waiting and expecting all flanks, and the tower finally stops. Oh no, it's continuing to move, but two players are now going to go down on OctoPi in two plays. That was a really good snipe there from Potato, getting the stamp too. That's even more impressive. But look at this. This is where OctoPi is really going to be thriving as they approach this third checkpoint. Brush.
My favorite sequence is the most hyped kill on screen for the night, and then struggling to jump up onto a grate movement. But it doesn't matter, as OctoPi steamrolls down to 6 points. They don't look like they're done quite yet, as Weem has nowhere to move. trying to play defense on that tower. The Rose with that paint below them, they're going to go down as well. Pincher, the last one left here by the tower, though 2 more playing a great job in this window, trying to stay alive. They're able to find picks, though a 1v2 now on the field. Snoo opts to back up, so their push is going to end there. But what a crazy sequence. Snoo continuing to add a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, you know, it was so close to being a knockout. We saw some members from OctoP try and flank as they were jumping over to the left side of the grates there. But yeah, it just unfortunately didn't work out. But hey, they have a very, very comfortable lead that happened early on. But look at this, HammerLocke Stadium actually has a ton of paint and a lot of players being pushed up. 2 players going to go down now in OctoPi. And Ethan here getting some nice splats and applying a lot of pressure. Going to be juiced up now as well, trying to get some splats. And right now, HammerLocke Stadium getting past that second checkpoint, quickly approaching the third.
Pincher, though, unlike the push on the other end, is doing a great job on the defensive. Able to find 2 picks early, and with juice in their veins of their own, a crab online as well. It's going to get canceled by Ethan there, but going down again. So trades everywhere, and trades are going to be vital here for OctoPi as they play this defensive. Potato doesn't see the one right on their back, so now they're all alone. Echo jumps out, though. Thinks they're all alone, thinks they don't have a chance. And a good defensive there from OctoPi. So they're going to hold on and keep that third checkpoint intact with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, that was huge for OctoPi. But of course, all this is happening so quickly and at a pace that, you know, not the slow-paced tower control that we typically do see. But OctoPi still doing such a good job with their respawns. Honestly, both of these teams doing a fantastic job with how well that they are able to regroup themselves. But right now, HammerLocke Stadium going to really need to have something up their sleeve. And of course, they do have a little bit of time that they can work with, but it doesn't seem like they are putting themselves in a great situation where they have a player advantage, as one of them is constantly going down 1 by 1, always putting them in a permanent 3v4. And that is going to allow OctoPi to just identify where members of these HammerLocke Stadium members are and continue to control mid, and it looks like they're doing exactly just that.
90 seconds remain, and OctoPi with the lead is pushing once again. We're going to move over to Rose here as they pop a wave breaker, trying to make something happen on the other side of the map. Shifting left and shifting right, so they're just holding mid, trying to find a way in. And with Snipe the bridge up and a crab ready, look at everyone on HammerLocke Stadium picking up and jumping out. Now the tower around that third checkpoint area as Snoo is pushing and keeping this. Look how far ahead OctoPi has moved just in 30 seconds, and they're keeping this pressure moving, trying to get a KO with not a lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where if you're HammerLocke Stadium, it's so hard if you don't throw all of your bodies onto the tower, because you just don't know how quickly it will spiral out of control. And we see OctoPi once again just not letting go any of the pressure. Rose is going to be throwing that wave breaker on the tower. It's going to be tagging one of the members of HammerLocke. But a few players are now going to go down on OctoPi's side. So HammerLocke, can they get these last few picks? And they can. So it looks like they will have an opportunity once they get some control of mid. Ooh, and it's just going to be the Weem, the roller, who's alive. But they do have some jump-ins, but not before members of OctoPi there. And I believe that is, yes, that is Pincher, who is able to get some key splats. But Ethan now going to be jumping out. So with about 10 seconds left, OctoPi just needs to control mid. HammerLocke going to need to find a way to break in.
Ethan's jump was risky, and you see them as they join the fight again. They're going to go down. So HammerLocke, with 2 seconds left, is desperation attempt to get on tower. But with the crab already there, it's not going to happen. OctoPi up 2-0 now. They're at a set point.
They are at a set point, and, you know, a game that it's so weird because, like, this game and the first game were played out very differently from each other. You know, OctoPi and the Splatzones game, they didn't really get any penalty points on their side. They got very, very close to getting penalty points, but they were able to hold on. Here's the nice snipe from Potato, by the way, I believe on the stamp. Let's see if it's going to be coming up. But then, like you said, the events that followed this were really, really funny too. So I'm curious to see. I believe it is going to be, Ethan, who's the one, is going to use the stamp right here. Gets 1 pick, is going to be jumping down, but snipe. No, Potato did such a good job of continuing it on, and that's really what set the tone for OctoPi to get that first push, and that is what allowed them to get to 6, and really just hold it on until there. So a fantastic win for OctoPi all around.
A key similarity between those first 2 games, though, I would say, is that it was fast paced. There was no room to breathe and slow down and regroup. And what that means in Rainmaker is that this game could be over very quick, Falco.
Yeah, it can be. You know, a lot of the times we see players take it up the left side and, you know, kind of take it around the grates or go slick. And that's really where the coordination is going to come in handy. Because, again, it's one of those stages where, like a lot of these stages, the first checkpoint isn't really that hard to get to, especially if you're taking it the right side. Some players will even opt to take it to the right just so you can get a checkpoint and then make your coordinated push on the left side. So a lot of things at play for this one, and we are going to be adding lemon back to our potatoes, so we're going to be taking away the rosemary for this one, as we might see the wiper come back, Brush.
Falco, are you a chef? Do you consider yourself a cook?
Oui. No, I do not cook. I'm jealous, or I'm spoiled. My wife does all the cooking for me. So, but I
feel like we could both take a lesson from OctoPi. I might reach out to them after this and ask them if they have any recommendations, because, you know, quite the delicious roster there. Though Lemon, I think a former player of Ikariyoku. So a little bit of an interesting roster from them. Not our typical full OctoPi members. Rose, Potato, and Snoo obviously holding that OctoPi tag, but Tim, Pincher, and Lemon, each of them with their own tag or none at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I think especially for a tournament like this where you're gonna have subs more often than not because of how frequently they happen, the tournaments. So in a lot of these teams, a lot of them are, you know, they're obviously friends with a lot of these players. Some like OctoPi and like Ika Inc., they, I'm sure, have, you know, kind of played together before when they were kind of newer teams as well. So it's always great to find that foundation and to have some of those connections. Ikarioku, thank you. And now we are going to be hopping into Game 3 as we do see the return of the Wiper come out, and it looks like we're going to see the double splash on the side of HammerLocke.
OctoPi looking to put this thing to bed in an easy 3-0 with a Rainmaker pop on their side. Now it's Potato on the back lines trying to hold down the fort, though Snoo going down up ahead. That's going to leave them in a one-down situation, though, with two specials online. OctoPi looking to make something happen, not going to find one. Crab out for HammerLocke as Pincher tries to say goodnight. They're going to go down instead, though, in a 3v3, make that a 3v2, a complete dogfight in mid. No clear advantage here for either team, but OctoPi is the one pushing ahead.
You know, that's such a difficult situation when you're Pincher, because when you go head-to-head with a Crab, you either have to take it out right then and there, or it will splat you, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for Pincher, but really, it's working out for OctoPi right now as they're picking up the Rainmaker and have a player advantage, and the support of the back, but Ethan able to get two is going to be getting Pincher and Potato, and another member on OctoPi is going to go down. Ethan is going to be popping this barrier, as it looks like Lemon able to try and pick it up, not quite going to get to the checkpoint yet. Oh, Ethan is going to get smashed by the barrier. Very unfortunate.
That's one of those painful things. You're always hoping you were not the one on stream. Unfortunately, in this case, we get to see it in live 4K television. But it doesn't stop HammerLocke Stadium from trying to take advantage here, but that will, and now it's a full wipeout in favor of OctoPi. They're going to opt for the safer left route, which is risky when you have the full wipeout, though able to find the checkpoint. No, not even. So a risky strategy to go left there when you had the time and space to move right. Are we going to watch it? Okay, I thought we were going to watch another Rainmaker barrier kill, but no checkpoint dropped for OctoPi quite yet.
Yeah, and I mean, you called it with it being risky, and, you know, unfortunately for them, it didn't quite allow them to get to the checkpoint, but now they finally do get to the checkpoint here, getting to 60, but not before members of HammerLocke are back to the Rainmaker, and we see Potato going to be pushing back. Weem was going to be going for the flank. Can they take down Snoo? And it looks like they can. Are they going to be going for the other players? Yes, they are. We've seen Weem do incredible things on this roller. Going to be going down, but not before taking Pincher out with them. Rainmaker is now going to reset, so this will give HammerLocke another opportunity to try and make a push.
You get a trade, and you get a trade, and everybody gets a trade. It's going to be HammerLocke Stadium, though, trying to make the most of it with Athen on the front lines here, not finding a pick with the hammer they wanted. Now they're all alone, dancing left and right. There's one, though, finally, missing the snipe for 2 as the checkpoint, Rainmaker moves towards the checkpoint on the right, so a distraction play there, we watch. But no checkpoint cleared yet, so HammerLocke Stadium still has quite a bit of distance to go if they want to find this lead.
Yeah, 3 players are going to be going down there on OctoP, so this is really nice for HammerLocke, but ooh, they're going to be trying to push it forward a little bit, getting to 49 now. 2 players on their side are going to be going down as well, but OctoP quickly to pop. Weem once again just being patient, waiting for the perfect opportunity to push up, and wisely waiting out of that stamp as well. So, you know, just kind of getting a feel for where some of these teammates are, waiting for Snoo to maybe drop down, but it's hard taking down a bucket like that, because if they have the upper edge on you, then you're probably the one who's going to get splatted. But HammerLocke now picking up the Rainmaker once again. It looks like they will be trying to take it to this left side. 2 specials online for the side of OctoP, including one of the crabs that's going to be popped, and 2 players going to go down for HammerLocke.
What a snipe from Potato. Threw a crab to find that one. But now it's Justin. Wow, a nice defense there again from Potato. I was for sure thought Echo would find a way through, but instead a Wipeout in favor of OctoP. So they need to find a lead here in the last 55 seconds of this game if they want to end this thing now.
Yeah, I mean, with just about a minute left, they need to really push together and try and get some paint. And right now, all members are pushing over on this right side, and Snoo able to just dart forward and take the lead. Found the opportunity to push forward. You know what I like about that? They didn't even worry about trying to go up the ramp. All they thought was, hey, we're going to take the lead. I'm going to push this up. Look at this lemon! Are you serious?
No, you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen, HammerLocke. They were jumping up and down. They were waving their arms. Splat me. Oh, 19 points. That's a game-winning push on this map, no matter how you slice it. So a big uphill battle for HammerLocke now in the last 10 seconds. They need to get all the way nearly to a KO if they want to end this thing and not get fully eliminated tonight.
Yeah, and it's not looking too promising for them right now. They're trying to opt to take it on this left side. They actually do have some specials that are at their disposal. Looks like Athen using the stamp, but they just don't have a ton of paint, and some of this chip damage coming down on the Rainmaker, and they are finally going to get splatted. So OctoP, with an incredible comeback that happened in kind of 2 phases at that those final moments, but Brush, that was an absolutely impressive win for OctoP.
Where did the bubbler come from? What was? Did you see that?
At the very end?
The end game ropes come, and then there's a bubbler?
You know.
Okay.
The GG bubbler, yeah.
Yeah, of course. The post-game bubbler. We all know the celebratory bubbler. It's an OctoPi special. As OctoPi moves on now to the next game. HammerLocke Stadium. Hey, we've seen these players, and for OctoPi at the rate they've been improving, it's just another result added to the list. Look at I don't understand how this happens. Aiden and Cloud rotate around to the right side. That leaves the door open for Lemon, but Echo on respawn runs out of paint and can't find it. What an unfortunate sequence there.
Yeah, and like your Lemon, you literally you can't even move in the enemy ink, so you're just literally hopping on one leg basically your way to the podium. But yeah, you know, just incredible. I'm going to use 2 wiper, you know, wipes to get some paint in order for me to clear a path to the Rainmaker, hop on the incline and just push it. And I know they made it further than they thought they would. You know, I'm sure that they knew that they could get like a few more points, but definitely not to the point of just continuing to hop in and approaching the enemy podium. But yeah, that was really, really impressive.
One thing I love, Falco, about commentating first block of Proving Grounds is that throughout the day, I mean, it's how a single elimination bracket goes, but we very slowly get to climb up and climb up and climb up until we're watching, you know, our first and second seeds, or, you know, whoever makes it there. So as we move here into round 4, waiting for games to finish up, or sorry, round 3, Grimace Shakers and Wipeout Punks is where we're moving. Talk about a team that's improved rapidly. Maybe I'm just dating myself but it feels like yesterday Wipeout Punks was climbing through LSL. So a crazy, or not, maybe not crazy, but it's fun to see them here against Grimace Shakers, who I feel like we've seen in grands of Proving Grounds every month for the last century.
Yeah, and they've also been, I feel like, playing in SOS as well. I want to point out one of the matches that happened. It was He versus La La La, which I thought was funny. La 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 getting that win. Yeah. Okay.
Man, what a bummer for
ENRAGE. I know.
enjoyers.
We love our names here for Proving Grounds.
Hey, as long as it's not pickup v pickup, I'm happy. As long as on the mic I don't have to go uppercase P versus lowercase p, it's a good day for me.
I prefer pickup exclamation point pickup question mark. But you know,
to each their own.
Yeah, to each their own, exactly.
My favorite combo was pickup v pickup versus a team called Pickup. So that one was always fun to do. But here we go. I think we finally get to move it to round 3 though.
Yeah, absolutely. No, what you said about you said, I guess, dating yourself with seeing Wipeout Punks in LSL. Like, yes, that was a long time ago. I'm sorry to inform you, Brush. That has been quite some time now. But no, we've seen Wipeout Punks. You know, they are a staple here, kind of in these, you know, quote unquote mid-level, upper than low-level tournaments that we have going on. And you know, going against a team like Grimace Shakers, who, by the way, have you had the Grimace Shake yet?
It's gone now.
It's gone?
Okay. I went to McDonald's and the ice cream machine was out, and I kind of just looked upset vaguely at the person in the window, and she just kind of looked vaguely mad back at me, and then I drove away.
Do you make sure to give them a thumbs down and show your disappointment?
And I started screaming too at them. I don't know why they were so upset.
No. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had it yet, and I guess I never will. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so Wipeout Punks, again, we've mentioned a team that has kind of, you know, been prominent here in the not low-level scene against, you know, Grimace Shakers. They haven't been around forever, as, you know, obviously the Grimace Shake has not either. But a lot of these players have. So let's take a look at the comp from these teams here. Grimace Shakers is going to be coming out with the ballpoint. Yeah, we really haven't seen the ballpoint yet much so far. And we are going to see, I believe, the Golden Dynamo. That's the most intriguing one for me on the side of Wipeout Punks.
That's a wild pick there, but it's roller re-roller. The difference is that King Jaw's Splat Roller is a staple of Grimace Shakers. Look at them already moving up this right side, trying to find an opportunity in. Already behind them, no one's in bunkers, so they're going to have to back up. But a great position for them now. Just such fun gameplay as they're going to be able to find a pick and now look for 2 off of it.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Grimace Shakers just doing that with the Wipeout too, just kind of sealing the deal for this opening push and getting to this first checkpoint pretty quickly here. We see King Jaw just waiting and pushing up, showing the aggression, having the bubble online as well. Tower is seemingly uncontested, as I believe that is Mist, who is able to push through and ride the tower. We are going to see Grimace Shakers still trying to push back as Wipeout Punk's trying to flank here on this right side, trying to find an opportunity to break in. So honestly, you know, not that the opening push is done, but I would have figured that Grimace Shakers could get a little further than the 75 mark, and it looks like they're just doing that right now.
On top right is that ballpoint player able to find 2 and now popping the inkjet for the 3rd. Now desperate for the 4th. It's a full wipe for Femboy too as they look for another in top left. Not gonna quite find it, but you gotta get some pats on the back for that one. We see you with that ballpoint. King John now pushing ahead of tower. A beautiful sequence as this 3rd checkpoint looks under fire.
Yeah, that was a really good positioning, you know, starting off with the double from the regular shot and then finishing off with the double from the inkjet. So that was absolutely incredible. And again, Grimace Shakers still not letting go any of the pressure. 2 players are going to go down on Wipeout Punks, 3 players going to go down in kind of a delayed wipe fashion as they are now approaching and finishing the 3rd checkpoint. Yeah, Femboy just doing a fantastic job getting these key snipes and riding them to victory to win game 1.
It's over, said the commentator, with not much to add because Grimace Shakers, they're proving why they make top 2 every month. or every Proving Grounds, why we see them in Grands of SOS every other week. I mean, it's because this is what they do. King Josh shows up with that roller, Aristote with the ballpoint of their own to back him up from behind. There's no room as they squeeze you like a towel, wringing out all the water. And I mean, they just move forward. I missed this moment though. I missed the moment before the quad where Aristote couldn't climb a wall. So hey, if it happens to you in low ink, just know it happens to you in you know, top round 3 and you know, in Grands of Proving Grounds. The difference is that Aristote follows it up with 4.5 kills.
You know, that third kill there, the first one for the Inkjet, that just shows the gnarly chip damage that a shot from an Inkjet can do. You know, I'm sure that player was very weak, but like they were not, like it wasn't even close, I'll say, in proximity of hitting the player. But like if you can just like get like a drop of ink on a weak player, they are going to get splatted. So yeah, that was very impressive. I know we've seen a ton of Inkjet lately with the Inkjet buff that has been given. So it's just fantastic finesse for Femboy, and fantastic finesse. It's the alliterated tongue twister we have here, but they got a well-deserved fist bump at the very end. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, I mean, the synergy between Grimace Shakers every time, it's a joy to see. Here's my question. Grimace Shakers, correct me if I'm wrong, Elemental, who's our producer here, they're technically not a pickup. Like, they're technically a team, which means that as time goes on, every time we see them in this event, or, you know, in any event, the commentators are going to slowly, how we introduce this team and make a McDonald's reference is going to, you know, become a little bit more dated, I think, until a point where maybe we all forget what they are. Though I suppose, you know, we don't normally see teams last longer than a few weeks anyway in Splatoon 3. Round 2 is up next. Falco, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge.
Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge. I mean, honestly, like, it's hard to really take anything away for Wipeout Punks and what to change and adapt, because the mechanics from Grimace Shakers just seemed to be super hard to really counter with how well that they were able to push up and use some of these specials. But we'll see what Wipeout Punks have up their sleeve, if they're going to be sticking with that gold dynamo in particular, if there's going to be another weapon at their disposal. Or not the gold dynamo, wow. The regular dynamo, and it looks like they are going to be keeping it, and now they're going to have Tenta missiles at their disposal along with beacons.
2 paint weapons for Wipeout Punks and, you know, 1 really for Grimace Shakers. The difference, I think, is that King Jog with that roller can find space to live in any little spot of ink. And when you have, you know, hell raining down from the skies from Aristote, it's difficult to make anything happen. First checkpoint now going down, roller v roller action. The faster one will win. And now, I mean, with the bubbler out, it's hard to find space to move. A great defensive resource there against that crowd.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with the missiles too. What's tricky about missiles and bubble, though, is you never know when the bubble's going to break, and you could get a missile dropped on you. But yeah, if you can just drop it right before the Rainmaker checkpoint, there's really no stopping that dunk, and that is exactly how Grimace Shakers got to that first checkpoint. So right now, the Rainmaker is going to reset, and Wipeout Punk's actually doing a pretty good job getting some control of mid. They're going to be taking down one of the rollers on the side of Grimace Shakers, but not before Femboy's trying to identify some of the players, and 3 are going to be going down. This is going to be going down. Specialists coming out from Grimace Shakers, so this might be part 2 of the push. Can they get past to where they got the checkpoint? Let's see what Michiru can do.
Rainmaker picked up by Aristote. Michi, though, going down. That leaves not a lot of space for move, and Aristote has to bounce around the back of this map here. Though John doesn't really care. They're just going to put the bait down able to back up and find the pick. King John, though, doing some cleanup work. There's 2 for them. Now just a Rainmaker pop. They're going to ignore it, let their teammates do the dirty work, and keep moving forward to find more picks. So great defensive play there from King John to hold on to this advantage and hold on to this push, and they've got plenty of room to move around, putting paint down by this fight.
Yeah, a lot of paint at their disposal, using the help of the Tacticooler 2 to get a little bit extra speed. Miss is going to retreat just a little bit and regroup themselves, maybe allow the rest of the Grimace Shakers to get in a key position. But ooh, I believe that was Yovi who was trying to use the Trizuka and almost able to take down Mist. But right now, Miss is trying to push forward, going to be going down, but still a ton of map control as members from Grimace Shakers were able to push up here on the left side. Femboy once again using this Inkjet to apply some pressures and push some members out, but Grimace Shakers getting all the way to 58. 2 players are splatted for them. Femboy's trying to stay alive, but it's now going to be going down.
Each little point on this map really matters, especially when out of nowhere you can find 3 down. Michi getting another one there, not able to grab the Rainmaker, waiting for the jump to come in though. Aris, they're unable to find space to move. Now the Rainmaker's gonna barely get reset. King Jaw is able to grab it, and hold on to it in the space, but moment is gone and no more points will be found there. Grimace Shakers lets a little bit of a bigger lead fall through their fingers there. Wipeout Punk's now back and mid, just barely losing that opportunity. So 58 points is where that push will end.
Yeah, and this will be Wipeout Punk's first opportunity to try and make a push. You know, they had control of mid for a little bit, but really nothing came out of it. John trying to stay alive with the Rainmaker, and again, the rest of Wipeout Punk's doing a fantastic job. But of course, you have to take out Femboy, who is using this Inkjet. They're going to be the first ones you really want to focus on. John using that lead to try and help and protect them. Once again, doing a great job, but this Rainmaker counter is kind of dwindling down here. Under 20 remaining, but definitely enough to get to the podium, but no, not before they are going to be going down. So this has to be a slow and steady push for Wipeout Punks. But look at this, King Jaws waiting to get a key snipe.
I don't know how the Rainmaker didn't find a pick there. I feel like there were Rainmaker blasts to the face at least 7 times. And I feel like that's enough for 1 pick, but instead, this Rainmaker is gonna reset. Grimace Shakers doesn't even let the checkpoint fall. Instead, he's able to kill 2 minutes off the clock. And John is the one picking up the Rainmaker back in mid, trying to make something happen, as now 50 seconds remain, and player advantage is in the favor of the defending Grimace Shakers.
Yeah, and I mean, Wipeout Punks are going to try and do everything they can to keep this alive, to keep this momentum up. But, you know, at some point, it's just really not going to work out because Grimace Shakers are going to win in those 1v1 situations. And Grimace Shakers now, we see they are going to be picking up the Rainmaker. Femboy once again has the Inkjet at the ready. Miss pushed up there all the way on the right side, just trying to find opportunities. And, you know, they're in this corner that they know is not going to be an easy escape route, but they're going to let the other team feed into them, whereas Grimace Shakers are going to allow their other members to try and feed into the players and Wipeout Punks. So that is actually working out pretty well to the favor. And of course, you know, with under a minute left, you know, you're putting yourselves in a very good position if you're Grimace Shakers.
Overtime will happen, but with a great defensive spot for that Rainmaker, and the Rainmaker barely able to find a pop here, and Michu's there to try to end it all, and that's exactly what will happen. So game 2? 3?
Game 2.
Game 2. Going to Grimace Shakers. Thank you, Paco. Hey, I'm sorry I lost count there. I get like a traumatic flashback every time I see a team with the advantage pull the Rainmaker into like a pit, kind of like that. You see it also on Sturgeon Rainmaker. I had a game when I was like really new to the scene in low ink, baby brush, and a team held a Rainmaker in pit for 4 minutes after one good push. And I didn't know what to do. And hey, when that team disbanded, I'm not gonna name names, but I had a little, wipe the sweat off my forehead. It was like a year and a half later, but I was like, it's okay. I got a little bit of I get trauma flashbacks is my point. So game 3 Clam Blitz, Brine Water, at least we don't have to deal with any of that actually.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of speaking of a snowball-y map and mode that we can see happen, this one, things can get a little ugly. And I'm really looking at Femboy using the Inkjet too, if they're able to make an opening push and open the basket and just applying the pressure on the ramp. So again, this will be a very interesting one. But of course, with Brine Water, you can always drop down on the side. Is that always going to work out? No. But there is an easy, quote unquote, easy flank route that you can do to try and, at least like stay alive. But again, doesn't always work out in your favor.
I can tell you Brine Water is a map that we are starting to slowly phase out of low ink. At least for the time being, after a lot of player feedback. So we'll see how a little bit higher level of gameplay is able to deal with that. If you're able to catch the low ink broadcast, 2 weeks ago now, as weapons come out. Captain Happy now, for the first time this set, switching off of the E-Leader, instead moving, or sorry, switching off of the Dynamo, instead moving to the
Yeah, and I mean, with the E-Leader here, you can reach almost any part of the map no matter where you're standing, so a wise choice if you want to try and keep the total control. And speaking of control right now, Wipeout Punk's doing such a good job with a lot of these claims here. They have 17 claims at their disposal, and they find it, okay, yeah, they're finally able to score and apply some of this pressure. Can Happy get this key snipe? No, they can't, but look at this, getting all the way down to 51 on this opening push brush. This is really incredible for them.
But 51 is all it will be as Grimace Shaker start to take back control of mid. They'll miss, not able to pick up clams for a second there. It looks like they're able to sync their client back up now to everyone else. A full 2 minutes now, or sorry, basically only a minute gone, as you called out a moment ago, though it feels like it's been so much longer as Grimace Shaker starts to try to build these specials and find a way in.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a pretty good job with that right now. King Jaw going to be using that bubble. We're going to be seeing the clam carrier hop into the bubble, and King Jaw once again trying to push up and just guard this ledge. Femboy going up for the Inkjet, going to be getting Yovi. They are going to be getting the score in, but not a lot of clams at their disposal right now. It won't be super difficult in theory for them to go and get some more. And I believe that is going to be Mist, who has some claims that they're ready. And look at this. Oh, they are not going to be able to keep it alive, but they did have quite a few clams that they could have scored. So a good defensive save there for Wipeout Punks in order to keep them the lead.
John trying to do cleanup work, is dancing on a fence, able to find a trade there with Michiru. So a good play there, honestly, by John. All you need is the trade to convert this back into an advantage. Because now you've got mid control on your side with a little bit more painting power. The three shooters coming out there for Wipeout Punks. It's going to be Aristote and Jaheim pairing up on that right side, though. Jaheim going down to Cap and Happy, trying to make it a second. Little bit of dopamine rushes. The captain unable to find Aristote quite yet. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds just about remain. So we're halfway through this. And it doesn't look like a push is being built by either of these teams. Just a long neutral stall in mid time.
Yeah, and of course at this point it's going to work out for Wipeout Punks and favor them, and this isn't a situation that we've seen them in the first two games, so they are really going to want to try and hold their footing in this situation. And I think, you know, what they're doing is really working out well, which is not overextending too much, just letting kind of the game take its course one power claim at a time, as they are able to get one, but two players going to be going down too. And it looks like Jaws going to be trying to, yep, they did save that. They didn't go down. So, but Grimace Shakers, they're still getting a little bit more map control, and they could put themselves in a position. Very nice snipe there for Femboy as they try to get a push with 3 players down on Wipeout Punks.
Aristote has the ball, but they are going to go down, unable to make something happen. It's just Raphael playing defense as the basket is now open. 1 minute and 38 seconds remain in this game as clams go flying off the scoreboard. Just missed, though, with one clam. They're going to go down to Captain Happy in that crowd. So the power clam has no one to jump to. Michi opting to drop it instead. Save it for another push, which is what you have to do in this situation. But you can't go down to a Captain Happy laser in the time being.
No, and we've seen Cappy been doing such a good job with this E-Leader. You know, that was a very good change that we pointed out at the very beginning here. But Wipeout Punks continuing this push, getting the power clam in. They're going to need 2 to get rid of their penalty points. Miss is going to be guarding the basket here with the crab, so there's really going to be no follow-up to support there. And Grimace Shakers, they are still in a position where 1 power clam will give them the lead. So they're going to be trying to bank on that. But John staying alive, getting some nice picks here. And 2 clams going to be coming in. So Wipeout Punks really turning up the heat here in the last minute, as they just need 5 more clams in order to seal the deal. Yovi trying to go around here on the left side, not going to be able to work out for them. And I think that might be the end of the push, but a really good push there for Wipeout Punks, preventing the 1 power clam lead takeover for Grimace Shakers.
Early start is a little bit selfish, but it's going to pay off as John finds 1 and then opts to jump out to keep a little space, doing a little hop around the map there, feeling like jet lag the game. But instead, what Grimace Shakers, they're the ones who have to find an opportunity in. It's a 2v3 though, and with Juice on the field for Wipeout Punks, they're going to get right back in. And a nice another pick for John, make that 2 more. Jaheim finding the trade, but there's no one to pick up that power clam. So missed with the second one. They're the one who has to find an opportunity in. But with overtime halfway done, it doesn't look like there's a lot of opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, that was great movement for John, just waiting by the slick, waiting for players to drop. And I mean, that is kind of what started the end of it. Can Femboy? No, Femboy can't get there in time. And so Wipeout Punk's keeping this set alive with, again, a very impressive game 3, kind of completely like turned how they played from games 1 and 2, Brush.
And with that, games 1 and 2 doesn't matter because you're up. You're now, sorry, you gotta win on the board. So you're surviving here. And we're not in counter picks, so you know what's coming up next. And a game win for Wipeout Punk's not getting completely defeated. I love this play by John at the end here. What a wild moment. I mean, able to just hang in corners, hangs on walls. Doesn't matter. They're going to keep finding picks and hold on to the game, not letting anyone through mid. So, hey, here's a lesson. If you're jumping off the wall, look who's below you first. You know, don't let yourself go down like those two unfortunate souls, Jaheim and Aristote.
You know, it's easier seeing it on a replay than in the moment of the game.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, Wipeout Punks just really showed what they're capable of during that set. But we will, yeah, moving on to game 4, we will be seeing the first appearance of Splat Zones during this set. So, you know, now it's just a matter of who. It's really hard to predict at this point because, of course, we've seen dominance from both teams at both points in this set, games 1 and 2, and then on game 3. So, Grimace Shakers, you know, they weren't out of it as much as I'll say Wipeout Punks were out of it in games 1 and 2. So again, you could still say that they might be a little bit favored here, but with a lot of the ledges here, Wipeout Punks, they really are, they're not straying away from that Dynamo pick. So, you know, Dynamo, not a weapon that, again, we see very often, and it's always interesting to see how it's going to be played on all of these different maps and modes too. So it's, I'm curious to see what Wipeout Punks will have up their sleeve.
Splat Zones Blood Art Academy. That's where we're moving now. Thank you for the preview there on this map mode because it's gonna be a game of ledges and you have King Jaheim on your side if you are Grimace Shakers, and that is a huge advantage. That might be a little bit overpowered here because if Jaheim can get set up under your ledges, with a little bit of what we saw John doing there, the roller wins that one. So we're going to get to see here how this plays out in the opening seconds. Aristote with a crab early is able to find a pick. Now looking for another as the crabs do a little stare off.
Yeah, and I mean, Grimace Shaker is going to be quickly taking control of that, trying to get some of this cooler, and they are going to be able to get that as well. So keeping up this pressure, but two of their players are now going to be going down. Wipeout Punks using some of their specials, and it looks like Raphael's trying to push up, able to get one splat. Two players going to be going down. Could that be three? I think the bubble is going to be saving King Jaw momentarily as we see them in a 1v1, but it will be ending in a trade. But Wipeout Punk's still in position to take over the lead here, and they do just that. Now being countered once again, but still able to hold on once again.
Michi trying to make something happen on the right team. Jaheim close by, and Aristote now on the left. The crab is online. That leaves a 3v4 on the field. But with another crab on the other side, Yovi able to help out and shred the crab of Grimace Shakers. 50 ticks remain, and another attack thwarted by Wipeout Punks. They're going to be able to hold on to this zone a little bit longer.
They are, and it's really going to be all about controlling your backline there on the the middle tower as well, and see how long that they can last there, because we've seen how well that they've been doing. But King Jaw here, look at this flank, trying to take some control as Grimace Shakers still using some of their specials, but no, Wipeout Punk's really doing a good job just trying to counter and push in, but King Jaw just up here all alone, and like you said, this is a stage that has a lot of verticality, so Roller's really going to be thriving. And we saw how long King Jaw has been lasting without going down, and they are finally going to go down, but Grimace Shaker is able to take over the zone. 63 penalty points for the side of Wipeout Punks. Ooh, and that suction bomb is going to be taking them down as well.
Right
so,
to the face.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to watch, honestly. Not fun for them in the moment, but King Jaheim making this plenty of fun. for me as they're going to be able to rotate around the left side here, look for something happening on the flat. There's Captain Happy going down, and that's a vital pick because now you don't have a backline or a jump point. There's a second pick on Yovi. Now looking for the third, unable to find it on John on the left side, but with a 2v1, that'll go down easy peasy. 20 ticks remain for this entire game, and 10 more for the lead. So a beautiful position to be in for Grimace. Wipeout Punks shaking in their little bootsies, trying to find a way back in.
Yeah, this lockout has been really impressive for Grimace Shakers. The coordination and how well they have been able to work together during this match has been very, very good. And especially how you're able to come back from a deficit like that. But look at the penalties on both of these teams. It is 68 and 70, so this is now just favoring Grimace Shakers. But again, both of these teams are going to be needing a pretty long duration of a lockout if they want to try and get a solid push. Ooh, and Raphael is going to be going down. I believe that was a curling bomb that took him down. Yeah. Standing on the ledge. Wow.
The second time we've watched Raphael take a bomb to the face, so I think they know what they're going to have as homework after tonight. Jaheim doing what Jaheim does best, though, being able to push up with this roller, terrorizing Captain Happy. They're forced around the left side, though, going down now with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. That's the pick you need if you're Wipeout Punks to find your way back in. Inkstrike's online. There's the crab as well. So this zone is going to get neutralized just there, but not enough utility yet, and Wipeout Punks able to push in and fully take the zone. Grimace Shakers now on the back.
Yeah, and I mean, Wipeout Punks, this will be an uphill battle for them. Even though we've seen how long they can hold on to it, it's going to be so difficult with how well Grimace Shakers has been playing. And it looks like Grimace Shakers might be in control to take over the zone once again in a 3v3 situation. Yes, they are able to hold on to that, giving even more penalty points for Wipeout Punks, sitting at 48 right now. So with under a minute left, we are going to be seeing some more specials come online for Grimace Shakers and from Wipeout Punks as these tri-strikes come out. Will it be enough for them to cap? Yes, it is, but we're going to see strikes come out from Grimace Shakers on their own too. 2 players down on the side of Grimace Shakers, Wipeout Punks at full capacity.
Oh my gosh, Aristote now on the Splash-O-Matic, unable to finish the kill they wanted there. That means that Wipeout Punks still has the full 4 players they need to hold on to this lockout as the same number of ticks on their penalty as their point value. Now make that half of it, 18 points remaining, but the zone is neutralized by Grimace Shakers. They're able to find a hold here. 18 seconds now in the game. A dogfight in mid, and it's Grimace Shakers coming out on top with 10 seconds left. Just the crab from Yovi. So able to hold that and wait it out is Aristote. 5 seconds now as this map flips back and forth in color, but it doesn't matter because if the last one to cap is the winning team, Grimace Shakers will take it and take the set and move on to top 8.
It was all hands on deck for both of those teams at the very end. Just throw any paint, any special you can throw at the zone, and it worked out for Grimace Shakers. We saw how well both of these teams were able to just hold on to mid throughout this set, and here's one of the moments here from King Jaw. We're going to be seeing the curling bomb come out, and this is where they were able to push up onto the ledge and get some nice kills here. I believe we see 1 going to go down there, 2 maybe not quite yet. There's the kill right there, and again, King Jaw was just doing this so well throughout the entire match and work well with their team. Really impressive.
I mean, hey, it's easy to point out King Jaheim, and it's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong, the roller in your face. But that happens because you have players behind you allowing you to set up. We've saw it before and we called it out with Aristote, Femboy 2, on the ball point. But as soon as they switched to the splash, we saw players like Michi able to step up, use that bucket, put paint down around corners and over ledges that then allowed for King Jaheim to push up and use that paint and use that space and make things happen. So when it's a team effort, believe me, Falco, it is a team game.
Indeed. Really, okay, like both of those teams, again, we can talk about what happened at the beginning of the set with the Grimace Shakers just really, again, being dominant in games 1 and 2, and then Wipeout Punks just seemingly unstoppable in that Clan Blitz game, but really the back and forth, the prolonged back and forth into that game 4 was absolutely crazy. So it was really enjoyable to see. So yeah, Grimace Shakers are going to be moving up to face Spin. You guys can see the rest of the top 16 bracket here right now, and one of the key matches here, In Control Red Sun and facing Smithereens, which is Sanctuary in parentheses. That is going to be a pretty key game as they are going to be facing What the Hell next. And carrying Pulp is going to be moving on as they defeat 1111 Make-A-Wish 3-0. And Rage beats La 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 La. And Sweet Tooth defeating Cherry Limeade 3-1. And everybody coming from the Cherry Limeade raid, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
So we're going to have a little bit of a moment here to catch our breath as we figure out where we're moving to next. Grimace Shakers taking on Spin, our 4th seed versus our 5 seed. So a little bit, we're starting to get into the place of the tournament, Falco, where these games are starting to get really difficult for these teams to squeeze their way into top 4. So we are going to figure out where we're heading to next. I'm trying to do my best to stall and read messages from our stream producer, Falco. So I'll let you take over.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say because I feel like some of these games we're not quite in a situation where we can really show the next game. But, some of these key matches, I would say, Cherry Limeade going down to Sweet Tooth. I don't know who exactly is on their roster, but that is going to be a key victory for them. And In Control Red Sun, a team that, we have seen pretty dominant, again, in a few Proving Grounds, some SOS, 1-1 against Sanctuary. Like, that is a heavy-hitting top 16 matchup right there. So, yeah, like, it just goes to show the caliber of a lot of these teams who have made it up this far.
I mean, Red Sun, obviously a favorite to win it, and we see them there. The matchup against Grimace Shakers is always a fun one to watch. What the hell, on the other hand, not me screaming, I promise. I'm just reading out a team name here. A roster that is very strong. There's IB Woomy, who we see all over the place. Nilla, Johan, and Crow's Claw. So a very strong matchup we could be moving into there. But hey, this is the downside of single Elim, Falco. It sometimes ends up being a little bit of waiting if we watch a little bit of a stomping on stream. But even then, that was a fun one to watch, Grimace Shakers versus Wipeout Punks.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, another key matchup that already happened. I mean, Spin versus Jishua's Capture Card going to a Game 5. I mean, anytime that happens, it's obviously notable, especially, as early as around 3 in the top 16. So those are always tough ones to lose because then you're done for the night. But yeah, Chill Your Pants is currently 2-0 against OctoPi. And as soon as we have updates on In Control Red Sun and Smithereens, you guys can see it here on stream and we will let you know.
So I think we have our answer here. I think we know where we are moving through next. I believe, waiting on confirmation though, it is ENRAGE versus Sweet Tooth. We will be seeing on stream in just moments. There it is now on the visual. Hey, ENRAGE a 3 seed, Sweet Tooth a little bit down there, but we love watching Sweet Tooth on stream. It's always a fun time when Junkie Hermit, Daybreak, and Keto are tearing it up.
Yeah, they have been doing such a good job in this tournament. And, a lot of these players, I believe this is a newer-ish team. Correct me if I'm wrong, with this roster. But it will be a very, very fun setup for these two. As we saw Sweet Tooth, getting that 3-1 win over Cherry Limeade. And I believe that was ENRAGE. What was their result? They 3-0'd La 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 La. So, yes, 2 heavy hitters here going on in our top 8. This is going to be, this will be a good one, starting with the first stage, Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. ENRAGE,
a team that has a 3000 XP sploosh. So we'll be getting some fun content here. Hopefully, a little bit of rat play in your face. It's always fun to watch Jaheim, but it's always a little bit different when it's a splooshomatic doing the ratting all across the map. Hey, and I think that is a weapon that will be very interesting because we're in a set now where we got 2 Rainmaker matches. So if we're able to get all 5 sets, the sploosh, as we all know, fun weapon on Rainmaker, no matter what the stage.
Yeah, and I honestly, I really enjoy watching one-tricks. Just, one tricks that are of a weapon that's not conventional, I'll say. One-trick splashes, T-Tex, I don't really care about you, no offense. But one-tricks like Sploosh, one-trick Dynamos, like, yes, those are the ones that are really enjoyable for us to watch. And just knowing how crazy and chaotic they can be on the map, and just how unpredictable that they can be too, is really gonna put Sweet Tooth on their toes, or ENRAGE on their toes.
So another thing I always like to call out, and this is my designer brain coming through, Falco, is that we got a team with a logo versus a team with a screenshot and text on top. So if we're going by who has the better branding, I think Sweet Tooth here has a little bit of an advantage. Though I gotta say, being able to pull out the full team name as a team tag, it's a little bit of a flex and Rage, each having their own name there.
That's a good point, but it doesn't roll off your tongue, or it doesn't roll off your tongue as. No, it kind of does, I guess. Or I was going to say it doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing as like I don't know, like a fancy team tag, I guess. I don't know, but I'm not as artistically critical of this as you are. I know you're a designer. I am not a designer. I'm an Excel person. I don't do graphic anything. So, but yeah, again, I just see Sweet Tooth having just 4 players on the roster. Not that like people have been, well, we did see some subs earlier on, but again, really not much to take on as far as like the roster size, because I think for a tournament like this, it really doesn't matter. So,
there is
basically, yeah.
There's certainly something to be said, though, that if you can lock in your synergy between 4, the lost flexibility you can make up with the synergy you get from having those 4 being your only roster. And there you have it. There's a Sploosh Range Blaster combo coming out on the side of ENRAGE.
Yeah, and with all the swim speed, and, they're going to have, I also like the Range Blaster pick. We hadn't seen it earlier today, but 2 weapons that you don't see all the time, but they are really, and here's what Jeff is going to do. Great. Just get some splats. 3 players going to go down. Just do a little, little parkour there to opt to try and take it over on this left side, and they're going to quickly get to this, well, no, they didn't quite get the dunk yet. I was going to say quickly get to this checkpoint, but it looks like now they are putting themselves in a situation to do so.
Daybreak jumping down, trying to make something happen on the defensive, but instead it's them fighting the dust. Junkie, though, able to clean up, though the checkpoint will fall. And the juice in their veins. Sweet Tooth now moving out. So I think their favorite beverage there, maybe a little bit of Coca-Cola soda.
Coca-Cola soda, there we go. So we see, Sweet Tooth trying to find a way that they can try and push this Rainmaker, and they are doing a pretty good job. A lot of, just providing a lot of chaos for some of their players as well. Junkie going to be using the Zipcaster here to try and paint a little bit of a path, and they do. Going to be pushing up as well. Can they take down one of the players? Yes! At the very end, there's going to be some drip shots there, Brush, to help take down Quid.
Hermit, though, unable to find his place in. They are going to be able to take down Jeff. We saw tearing it up earlier. Now it's a beautiful splat there coming out from the fadeaway Vico. And a beautiful splat is going to delay the checkpoint a little bit longer, though it does look like they were able to clear it. So now a 0 checkpoint game with 3 minutes left here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really anybody's game at this point, but I think too, Sweet Tooth, they're really going to have to be careful of where Jeff is, because we talked about how chaotic that a Sploosh player can be with just how quickly they are running all over the map, and of course having essentially max swim speed at their disposal as well, with the help of the cooler too, is really going to come in handy for them, as they're, staying alive, trying to use the support, but look at this, Daybreak breaking away the lead.
You're getting flashback to earlier tonight, Falco. Able to just slide forward and find points. 46, not a huge advantage, but if Sweet Tooth can capitalize and find more space it will be, though. Instead, it's one going down on the side. Now ENRAGE, grabbing this Rainmaker and choosing to reset it a little bit dangerously right into their opponent's mate.
Yeah, and I think, that was the player who I believe was using the I forget which weapon that they were using, but yeah, they just couldn't find an opportunity that they really wanted to push it. But Sweet Tooth now pushing it over on this left side. It's going to be Hermit who has the Rainmaker. Jeff trying to stay alive, going to be using the Stamp. Ooh, barely arriving on the ledge, but going to be going down to Daybreak here. And Hermit still staying alive. 3 players going to be going down. They're going to be opting to drop to the right where there's a little more paint at their disposal already, having the lead, end up pushing it just to get to 1 more point. 3 players going to go down. It is just going to be Junkie, who is still alive, but not before ENRAGE is able to push it and before Junkie gets splatted.
Yeah, the Rainmaker carry now, so that means no rat plays to be had, though Miko on the side of ENRAGE, they're going to be able to do a little bit of cleanup work, trying to stall out mid, though blasting the end of their vacuum shot off the side of the map. I don't think that's where they wanted it. And instead, that means no specials ready for ENRAGE. They're going to have struggle getting back in, as Junkie doing a great job putting paint down and putting pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just doing everything they can to stay alive, but it's really not, it's going to be very difficult. It's just going to be the Zap player who's alive for ENRAGE. They do have a little bit of map control in their favor right now, but not before a lot of the pressure being applied by Sweet Tooth is going to make them get splatted. So with just under a minute left, Sweet Tooth holding on by a 10-point lead. Again, this lead is still very, very small, and you just have to always be aware of where members of ENRAGE are going to be, because you never know what kind of crazy push is going to happen.
If Jeff can open something up, we'll be able to see that craziness, though, with the hammer somehow back in mid. That's not going to happen quite yet, though. It's Jeff grabbing the Rainmaker, so only safe plays from here on out as 20 seconds tick down. Junkie dropping from the heavens, able to find 2 full splats, so it's Jeff alone in mid having to back up to stay alive. Jumps coming in on the side of ENRAGE, so Junkie's going to go down. 10 seconds now remain. It's now or never for ENRAGE. They got to make something happen, and they got to do it soon. There's not a lot of ticks left on that right now.
Yeah, and you really have to be patient when you do this push. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to just push up so much that you're going to get splatted right when you're seen, and they're doing just that. 2 players going to be going down on Sweet Tooth. Jeff holding the Rainmaker, so Jeff can't get any of the crazy pushes, but staying alive. Oh my goodness! Oh! Oh!
Oh, I was hoping you get really hyped on the mic. You gotta let it pay off. And instead, 1 shark is all you need to end the game. But what a wild movement pattern there from Jeff. That's what you get for playing Sploosh and having 3 pures of swims. It feels like almost like the camera can't keep up.
Yeah, oh my goodness. And just have the chaotic energy that you have in that situation. You know, I don't know who like the best Rainmaker carrier is on their team, but you know, I feel like Jeff is one of those players that you would want to try and get some flanks from behind. But you know, obviously when you're in that situation where overtime is approaching, like you need somebody to pick up the Rainmaker. So I obviously don't blame them for that choice. But the finesse in holding the Rainmaker and staying alive from Jeff at the very end was very, very good. But you know, unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. So Sweet Tooth getting the win for game 1 here on Rainmaker Sturgis Shipyard, and we will be moving on to Clan Blitz Mako Mart next. Brush,
great.
Walk us through this last push.
I mean, look, it's hard to make anything happen if you're the Rainmaker, but a good splat there on Daybreak is enough to try to get some movement, and there's another on Hermit. So it's not like Jeff wasn't putting in the work. You just feel the pressure of those points, and with 1 above you, you don't see him, you go down. It's a great call out, though, Falco. Jeff, if you're going to be playing that Sploosh-o-matic, yes, having the Rainmaker is great. You got the swim speed, but it means you lose your main aggressor. We only saw them really get behind the play once. And maybe that's Sturgeon Shipyard speaking, so Mako Mart might have a little bit of different fate. But if you want that Sploosh-o-matic to work, sure, they know this. It works because you're being a distraction, you're being a rat, you're getting in their face, you're being a skirmisher. I don't know how many other synonyms exist, Falco. I feel like I ran through a good number of them. But that's how you do it. You got to get forward and in the face and maybe even ignore the play a little bit. So I'll be very curious to see how Jeff is able to take that into game 2.
Yeah, and again, you're going to have a lot more corners that you can kind of just maneuver here on Mako Mart, especially for Clan Blitz. Like, I'm thinking of all the area behind the basket, you know, which this is a hard Clan Blitz game whenever you're being scored on, and you just got to be aware of enemies on all angles as they are trying to throw in some of these clams. And if you don't have the map control by your basket, it can be very, very difficult. So that's how I imagine ENRAGE will be tackling this one. But you know, Sweet Tooth, they've been very dominant, just kind of their mechanics and their 1v1s, able to just get some key picks. So they're hoping to keep it up on game 2.
There is the Sploosh-o-matic. You love to see it. So nearly identical comps coming out. In fact, I think the Splat Dually is one of the only changes there from Nico. So that'll be very interesting. Double Skirmisher now on the side of ENRAGE.
You know, Brush, we didn't point this out at the beginning of game 1, but 3 of the 4 players are all wearing the same headgear. The little, like...
It's gotta count for something.
Yeah,
it's not a Splatfest, but...
Intimidation there. We'll give you that. So that was really fun to see. But ENRAGE now getting 3 picks down on Sweet Tooth pretty quickly, as Jeff, it looks like that was going to be the one with the power clam, has it formed already, and is going to be approaching the basket, able to score too. So pretty quick basket open. And then look at this, look where the crab is positioned too, to apply some of this pressure. And that was a very good movement, but unable to really follow up on that. 3 players going to go down. That's actually going to be delayed wipe now for ENRAGE. So, you know, it looked a little more promising at the beginning of the push than it did towards the end, but still impressive nonetheless.
Don't lose sight of Jeff, but you also can't lose sight of Junkie, who's the OctoP rush for Sweet Tooth, doing a great job soloing that basket. Though finally teammates are there to help out. A nice little couple of clams there, and one more will find the lead. It's going to be Keto finding it there, but only 1 clam in, and it's just Daybreak alive, though able to find a pick. Means that this push isn't over quite yet, though finally a delayed wipe comes out, and ENRAGE is the one who's pushing back in the mid and trying to find an advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, Sweet Tooth with a wonderful counter that just seamlessly came right after the basket was open, and they were able to prolong that basket. I think that's also what's very important sometimes with these pushes, is to just keep the basket open, keep the enemy on their toes. And yeah, Sweet Tooth did just that, as ENRAGE is now on a counter push of their own, trying to find a way that they can break in. But it looks like Sweet Tooth still able to hold on to some control of mid. We're going to see the bubble come out here on the left stack, but not before Junkie able to come up the side, getting quit. 3 players are now going to go down on ENRAGE. It is just going to be the Dually player who's going to go down. So Junkie, with an easy path in, is going to score and try and prolong and keep this lead up.
Only 2 more clams as follow-up, but with respawns now out, it's not a surprise if a pity clam is going to get jumped in, and I think we see that right now. Hermit, though, not the carrier, so it's not going to quite happen yet, but the clam's still going in. They may not need it. Trades now, and finally a Wipeout is going to come out in ENRAGE, pushing out all the way to the other side of the map. Look how quickly they're putting Pate down and finding space. Jeff holding that cover.
Yeah, and Jeff waiting for it to drop and just at the perfect time being able to throw it in. They do have a stamp at their ready, going to be using it, getting 1 down. Quit is going to be throwing the ball in, getting a splat. So getting down to 36, but it looks like the Dually player still has some clams, and they're able to throw some in. Will they be able to take the lead? They're going to have to just take out Junkie, but Junkie able to get some key picks. It is just going to be Quit, who's alive, who can't throw the 2 clams in to take the lead. So a good save there by Sweet Tooth, but a fantastic push by ENRAGE.
Lots of time left in this game, 1 minute and 45 seconds just about, but the map is purple for the time being, and ENRAGE is stuck all together on this right side, and that's going to lead to 1 pick that will turn into a trade. A nice little fadeaway there from Quit on the right side. Now Keto is able to put some paint down an open space for Hermit to open that basket, and only 6 penalty points remain. They have a pity clam ready as well, but it doesn't look like they have the follow-up quite yet. Just Daybreak trying to make something happen. 1 more clam, though, will do it, and Junkie sharking, trying to make it happen. There's the ball, trying to do it in style. A little bit more than 2 points to win that one. Sweet Tooth up 2-0 now.
Yeah, hey, that was a fantastic ending push. You know, just anything you can do to keep that last person alive so that person who has a power claim can jump in. And it's so hard because, like, what can you do? You can't really splat the person before they land. So you just kind of gotta hope and pray that they miss once you see that jump come in. So that is very hard. And let's take a look here at the ending. I believe this is the very end of the match that we saw. So yeah, we're going to see Daybreak throwing some clams up here on the right side, and they are going to be the one, I believe, providing, or I think it's Junkie who's going to be the one providing, just like waiting there, sharking, doing like, hey, come here, spamming spamming this way and then pushing in, trying to get some splats. But yeah, that is exactly what allowed Keto to break in. So very, very good coordination there for the members of Sweet Tooth in a pretty dominant Clan Blitz game, Brush.
Sweet Tooth trying to put this thing to bed despite being, you know, a little bit, I think, of a less expected victor, I might say. ENRAGE, a very strong team and the higher seed by quite a bit, but Sweet Tooth up 2-0 now. Splat Zones is just doing a little bit of the same magic we've seen so far, holding space and locking it out. They just got to do it now with paint below them. So Sweet Tooth in a very comfortable spot going into this game 3. And hey, worst case, they end up back on Rainmaker, and we saw how that went before with cheeky pushes left and right. So, I mean, if you're Sweet Tooth, I think you're sitting back. You know how your team plays. You know what your roster is. You don't need to think about subs. You just got to move forward and play. Chunky Hermit, Daybreak, and Keto. They want to put this thing to bed now.
And let's see if they can do that here going into game 3. Taking a look at the comps, we're going to see the Knot come back out. We're going to see the Wiper Deco come out as well, so no more Stamp on the side of Sweet Tooth. So, and of course, kind of sticking with that comp there, ENRAGE, you know, working with the Range Blaster and the Sploosh. So a lot of players are going to go down pretty early on. 2 members on ENRAGE, 1 on Sweet Tooth, as Sweet Tooth able to take zone first. Another member on ENRAGE is going to go down, and it's going to be the Range Blaster. Oh, and Jeff just being sneaky, getting 1 pick. Can they take down Hermit? No, they can't. Going to go down, so Sweet Tooth still holding onto the zone, even though they don't have the player advantage, but Special's going to be coming out from ENRAGE. We're going to see the Rain come out, and it looks like they might be losing some control of the zone, and it looks like, yes, they will. 3 players going to go down on Sweet Tooth right now, so ENRAGE in a good position to take this over.
But not before 53 entire ticks will fall in the first minute. If Sweet Tooth can get a little bit more of that magic, they can just do it once more. Really, they're in beautiful position. They have 30 points left. But instead, it's going to be ENRAGE. They're the ones pushing forward, and C is doing a great job with that Range Blaster, taking space, not letting anyone touch them. There's Junkie going down, and another one on the other side of the map. So it's just missiles going into nothing, trying to break in. So I don't think C sees the one behind them. A little shark play now on the backside.
Yeah, I mean...
I might be making things up.
There's just a lot of pressure from ENRAGE as they are able to take the lead at that point, turning over the zone. Junkie getting 1 nice pick. Can they get another? Ooh, and they are going to be taking down C and Jeff. Still holding on to the zone. Sweet Tooth trying to identify more of these members of ENRAGE and pushing them out. So it'll take some work to get through these penalty points, but they're going to wisely place on some of these beacons and use some of these missiles as well. And look at this nice jump up here to the top spinner area. So that's also going to help them apply some pressure too, as Keto doing a really good job just pushing out members of ENRAGE. And this is a fantastic lockout for Sweet Tooth, as their penalty points are now gone. They are taking over the lead right now. Sweet Tooth still holding on, but not before more specials coming out towards the zone.
Soda's only helpful if you can make something with it, and it's going to take a whole 30, 40 ticks on the scoreboard to make that move. Finally, now it's ENRAGE pushing back into zone, as Sweet Tooth is able to chip all the way down to 11 points. We're only halfway through this game now, though, and it's looking like we're going to be in KO territory very soon. I mean, no matter who holds the zone.
Yeah, the zone, it's been hard because, like, the only actual lockout that we did see was from Sweet Tooth, and they were able to, they unfortunately, you know, for them gave it up, but they are going to be starting this lockout once again. More pressure is going to be trying to be applied by ENRAGE, but it's going to be very hard. Sweet Tooth still taking control of mid. Daybreak up here on the middle spinner, going to be pushing up. No specials on the line for them, and they don't have a player advantage right now, so I think this is where ENRAGE really wants to try and push in. We're going to see CC is going to be trying to flank a little bit with the Range Blaster going in solo a little bit, going to be going down, but yeah, Sweet Tooth pushing this zone even more, getting it all the way down to 8 and still holding on, but I think, can they hold on any longer? 3 players going to go down. They are going to be walking away into the top 4, Brush.
You know, the debris comes down as the building falls, and you just flick a little bit of rubble off your shoulder. Doesn't matter. Sweet Tooth, they're walking forward. No, they're, you know, slow-mo walking into this top 4. A beautiful, beautiful showcase there as they win 3-0 for in the 3 seed in this entire event. So a very interesting plot line we'll have to follow here and update you on as we move into top 4 of Proving Grounds number 18.
Yeah, fantastic 3-0 there for Sweet Tooth. I mean, that whole set, they kept us on our toes, so it was very enjoyable. Let's take a look at the rest of the top 16 bracket here. You guys just saw Sweet Tooth 3-0 engage. Spin is going to be moving on to the top 4, defeating Grimace Shakers 3-0. And right now, What the Hell is 1-0 over In Control Red Sun. And Chill Your Pants and Carry Plup, still no scores reported. So, we've got a little bit of some downtime, but Brush, that actually kind of works out because this is it for our block.
There you go. So as these games finish up, we're going to get to, do the things that we can do. Falco, I've been needing to use a restroom run for the last, hour. So I got to say, I'm feeling very, very good about this one. Hey, Falco, where can folks find you?
Yeah, you can find me Falco Flyer on X. I hate saying that, by the way. Falco Flyer live on X and Falco Flyer on Twitch. And Brush, where can we find you besides the bathroom?
You can find me in the restroom of my own home. Hey, Falco, it's funny. You say X. We still haven't changed the logo on our overlays. I don't think we plan to. So
I'm not changing mine for my stuff.
Confidently on twitter.com at brushstrokesspl. You can also find me on leechess.org at brushstrokesspl, or you can find me trying to remember how does verification quite work as we look at Low Ink August this month. Falco, you can end this thing off. Who are we sending this one off to?
Yeah, we are sending you guys off to Seattle's finest. Sapphire and Fusion will be your next casters for the top 4. So please stay tuned and join them on this wonderful journey for the rest of the top 4 here on Proving Grounds 18. We will see you guys soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Proving Grounds 18. We're here in top 4, about to watch What the Hell versus Spin. I'm joined here tonight by Saf, and I'm excited to see some interesting action after what seems like a lot of upsets going through the bracket so far.
The hell, Fusion! I'm so excited to be here with you on Proving Grounds 18. It is awesome to be back on the IPL production main stage. Looking on over here, though, what the hell? I mean, Brush said it perfectly earlier, Fusion. Wumi is everywhere. I see them on so many different pickups and tournaments and things. I mean, they're becoming a household name for me. So what the hell has done a fantastic job in this tournament so far. And now going up against Spin. Spin being another really good team, mostly European team as well, I'd like to add, coming in and having fun with us on Proving Grounds this evening. And we're going into Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, Clams on Scorch Gorge is definitely an interesting one to start with here. I'm kind of curious what we're going to see here because Wumi, they play like Wiper Tetra, right? Or there's another Wumi that also gets around, and it's always just confused in my head. But either way, I'm pretty sure both of these teams are going to play pretty aggressively. Apple, I think, is mostly 52 gal, and yeah, I think mostly 52 gal, but not entirely sure what to expect here comp-wise. But Clams on Scorch Gorge is definitely an interesting kind of back and forth map that can get locked out if a few crab tanks are well placed.
It always comes down to crab, I feel. I mean, and like we're playing clams here, but yet it comes down to crabs. We're moving from shellfish to crustaceans, and that's an interesting concept, in my opinion, that it always comes down to the crab.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the crabs for a bit, but there's definitely been a lot more counterplay coming out thanks to all of the changes that have happened in the past. I think we're entering probably the healthiest meta the game has had to date. A lot of fun, a lot of variety in their weapon choices. We've been seeing some chargers come back out as we see the ZF Charger on one side, we see the Splattershot Junior on the other, and that 52 and Tetra as predicted. Some interesting variety coming out here as both teams will be looking to grab some clams in the early game.
Yeah, and I love the pick that the ZNF Charger is still here too, Fusion, because I feel the ballpoint really has dominated the backline meta for the last couple of months here with this most recent patch that's kind of going to show that, hey, you know what, there's other backlines in this game that can prove to be useful. Although a lot of people say that you try to main the Inkjet there as Bingo was trying to do, but what the hell is going to be successful in making the first pop and following up with a second power clam at that, and there is that crab tank there. Nilla getting set up on this corner side here, taking a fight with Apple. But Apple being a lot more successful here and taking the fight down. So the push there, stopping at the 50 seconds.
Yeah, really strong push on the early game coming out from What the Hell. Really just broke through the very beginning of the game, but unfortunately did not end up getting some extra clams in mid and just kind of stalling that push. So that's going to give Spin an opportunity to get back in here. Apple looking for something in the middle of the map here. The 52 gal is going to enable them to move in pretty far up, which other weapons would not quite be able to do, but they're still going to end up stuck in a corner. They're not going to find one just yet. They do get a trade, but it seems to go relatively evenly both ways, as What the Hell is kind of backed up onto their plat again.
Yeah, and Lumi's still trying to jump out in mid here to take some fights. Almost being successful, but Mickey is going to be successful in the fight here. Trying to take one with Nilla now, but Nilla finding success as there was already some chip damage to be taken there. Just kind of a neutral game at the moment. I mean, What the Hell, not really having a comfortable lead, but definitely a lead that they're going to try to keep holding on to as this neutral fight in mid keeps going underway.
I love the positioning from Apple in that pit, able to get behind the crab tank completely unexpected. The wall just paves the way for the Junior to come in with the bubble. So many points are on the board. There's clams in mid coming more into the basket. Miki is going back to grab some extras. The Zuka is going to get 2 more picks. That is going to stop the bleeding there just for a bit, as What the Hell is going to be able to clean up, but not before they lose the lead and are going to have a bit of an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, that Trizuka was absolutely key right there. I mean, that is such a bottleneck position for Spin to beaten, and so Crow being able to get that double pick with that was going to be huge, making it a triple. They were still alive, making it a quadruple kill streak here for Crow right now. 3 members of Spin are now down. They are going to respond now with a power clam of their own. That penalty is going to disappear here very shortly with some follow-up and the lead being taken at that. They are going to try to hold Spin back for as long as possible. Nilla coming in here with some plans to follow up, but the members of Spin are closing in, taking 2 members of What the Hell down, potentially stopping that push at the 14, but man, Fusion, there's still 2 minutes to go in this game. Spin has plenty of time to try to catch up here.
Yeah, it's been all back and forth so far, but we're only 3 minutes in. A big push like that is certainly going to help, but without a knockout, that's a huge penalty on the board for them. Spin only needs a few more power claims to tie it up, and the Zukas have been key. Azuka opens the way with a clutch pick there. The splash ball comes in. Bingo on the left gets 2 with Inkjet, and that is gets a 3rd. That's going to open the way for Spin to come on in with a bunch of clams, but they've run out. Do they have enough to keep this push going, to keep the basket open long enough for them to grab it? The pity comes in. They managed to get it into the basket and take that lead and the W.
I mean, wow, the coordination that Spin had to have in those last few moments, Fusion, was major, because Bingo not only had time to try to run back and grab clams and throw them in one time, but they've decided to completely pivot 180 and go back and pick up that power clam and have time to spare to jump in and take the game. I mean, wow, the delay tactic from Spin and holding that basket open, absolutely crucial.
Yeah, we can kind of see all of the pieces of a well-oiled machine coming together there. We saw the splash wall coming out, stalling on the right. We saw the jet come in on that left side. And this is all after the Inkzuka opened the way at the very beginning. So just a really well-coordinated push from them. They managed to get some extra clams in mid as well. And, just a strong performance on Clam Blitz, especially with a pickup, is very impressive and bodes well for all of the future modes that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's always so entertaining in higher level gameplay to watch people that have played together for such a long time, because you can see it, you can feel it, and you can just tell exactly what's being said in those callouts, and it all just kind of clicks in place together. And I'm hoping here, with grabbing our tickets, going into the museum and looking at some sites today here, Fusion, I'm hoping that we're going to see the same thing on Splat Zones. I mean, this is a very open place to be, so especially having that ZNF charger is going to be major. That range that enables them to reach, not all the way across the spinner and into the other platform, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, this is certainly a map where the middle of the map can be a little bit of a death trap. Yeah, E-Leaders, this is going to be one of Leader's best maps in the game, if not the single best. So we'll see if Johan's going to be able to take advantage of that. We see the Respawn Punisher trying to stay alive and get the picks in the meantime. We already looking for a flank over on that right side. They see long enough, but already Spin taking the early advantage here on zones.
Yeah, absolutely. Having Snow kind of move up there together with Bingo to try to take that cap is going to be absolutely huge for them. What the Hell is kind of staggered on their platform right now, jumping across with this bubble here. Good place for jumps, especially with 2 members down, but also having a place to kind of retreat to in case things go bad. Unfortunately, not enough time there for the Junior to do that, but you have a really good Shark coming from Apple here, waiting for the respawn from What the Hell to come in. But Woomy there trying to take the zone for themselves, but thankfully the members of Spin are there to follow up.
Yeah, Spin have just been playing very steady in the middle of the map here, and it feels like What the Hell's getting a little bit desperate. We see the jumps coming in. Woomy stuck in the corner again, but they're going to manage to find a pick out of this. They do go down in the process, but the Crab Tank could open the way as 3 members of Spin are caught over on that left side, and so the Crab Tank is not going to end up finding too many targets, but the plethora of specials coming out from What the Hell is going to provide a big enough opening for Woomy to come in on the flank and the zone to be flipped.
Yeah, they provided so much space and time for Woomy to get in there and to try to have a successful flank. And as it is, 3 members of Spin are going down. They do have that bubble online, though, waiting maybe for the right opportunity to launch that here. But you have Woomy and Crow moving up into the plat area as all the members of Spin are respawning from this plat. This Trizuka coming out, kind of creating a battle here. Mickey being successful in the fight, going to move towards mid after taking that win, but gets taken down immediately by Nilla with the crab shooting at the bubble here. Kind of a firefight happening in mid here with the 2 versus 1 situation, but Spin is going to be holding on to tightly to this zone.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so far kind of a battle of the Zukas. That last patch, which made the Zuka indirect hit turn to a 2-hit. Its effect cannot be understated. Zuka has gone from a 1-hit KO tool to a chip damage tool, and that's come into play so many times here. Johan able to get a good position onto top mid as a result of their team's good positioning, and now with the E-Litter on top mid, this is a very strong position, but that's not going to catch the flank as Mickey is going to be able to get a very important pick. Once the leader is down, that's so much presence, and here comes those Zukas yet again, providing such an entrance tool for Spin here.
Yeah, absolutely. And What the Hell is doing their best to try to get out back from this plat area. They really had a good shot with Johan getting set up on that mid spinner there, but with the flanking power that Spin has to take them out is going to be making it really hard for What the Hell to try to move forward here. The timer, though, is ticking away. That penalty is going to be gone really soon. Nilla getting one good pick there, looking for the second one, trying to get some more ink on this right side here. The Wavebreaker providing a little bit of spacing for them now, but What the Hell is going to flip the zone back in their favor. Mickey trying to look and take the fight here, but is unsuccessful in doing so, and Crow providing a little more ink. Now with Johan once again being positioned really in a good spot on this spinner here, What the Hell just has to hold tightly onto this plat area to get those points down.
Yeah, neither team has been able to hold it completely so far, and What the Hell finally finding an opening to do so, but they're going to end up backing off in this opportunity. But man, Woomy coming in off of the super jump is able to get 2, maybe even 3, and that's so unexpected, because when someone retreats, you think no one's there anymore, but Woomy is there, jumping in behind you. The Tetra's coming in with those quick picks. The Junior is going to paint the zone to go down actually very quickly onto Spin. So What the Hell looks like they're going to, or sorry, Spin is going to be able to grab the zone back here. Woomy gets taken out in that meantime, which is going to cause a bit of a stagger, but Spin now seems to be a little bit more keen onto where the Tetra is going, what the Tetra's up to. Yep, yet another pick on that Tetra on the flank, but the Junior going down could provide a lack of paint and enable What the Hell to get in yet again.
Yeah, they gotta just be keen on where Woomy is gonna push in from, because as soon as they know where they are, and if Woomy is not successful in the fight here, see, going in there for the flank down below there, but Bingo able to launch that Inkjet in the nick of time to hold themselves into the air. The lead is going to change here, and Spin Fusion, I think, is taking us to a 2-0.
They are. Really close game so far, but Spin managing to just like stay on top. We can kind of see they play like very resilient. It feels like they're able to just stabilize in mid. We can kind of see them setting up for their holds there. They were anticipating the flank over on the left, and we saw like specials like Inkjet come out right as What the Hell was pushing in, able to just counter their push, and it's lovely to just see some good Splatoon, you know?
Yeah, I absolutely know. And one thing I want to point out about Spin seems to be a very adaptable team. And what I mean by that is exactly what you said. They were so keen on where Woomy's flanks were. And I feel like when we go back to that Scorch Clan Blitz game, Woomy was a little bit more successful in getting those flanks. And especially at the beginning even of the Splatstones game, Woomy had some really successful flanking time. But I feel that once Spin was able to catch onto that and to see where they were going to be and how the other members of What the Hell were going to try to break in, they figured it out. They tried to figure out their formula. They quickly tried to adapt to it, and they were successful in doing so. So it just seems to me that Spin has a lot more wiggle room to try to change and combat something that is a really powerful force against them.
Yeah, I would like to see What the Hell just slow it down just a bit before they put their foot on the gas, because they certainly have the ability to just take back the zone in a flash. But it feels like they were definitely struggling on some of the on some of the holds. I think that, like, you know, they seem to be getting a teeny bit flustered, but I think that they certainly have a lot of room for error here on a slower objective map. We've got tower control, Manta. You got to move at that tower's pace, so have a little bit more time to get themselves set up and get yourselves ready for a push. Could also play more into like the ballpoint's favor here on this map with the Inkjet, unfortunately for What the Hell, but we'll see what happens.
Opening up right away, you have both kind of taking their time getting into this midsection right now, Fusion. I mean, there's always a little bit of a firefight that happens before someone feels that they can actually take the tower. It always comes down to the man advantage, and claiming the bunker on this map is always going to be the key position here. Woomy already going in right away to try to take the fight with Mickey. Mickey is going to be successful in that 1v1 though. Looking in to see if they could get some ink on the floor and some other paint, but unfortunately, 3 members of Spin now going down. This is going to be a strong open for What the Hell if they want to take advantage of it, but it looks like that we're a little more concerned with where that flank is going to be coming in. So a little bit of delay on taking that tower, but you have 2 members of What the Hell, including Crow, with an awesome suction bomb kill there, getting a really good position and hold onto the bunker of Spin.
Well, the Zuka coming in, not able to find it. I thought they were going to go for like some 360 nonsense there, but still not the checkpoint online for What the Hell. The tower is going to end up getting slowed down here as the jet from top right was able to cause some disruption. So Spin's going to hang on to that oh so important first checkpoint. And wow, look at that Crow's Claw. I think, is that Zenith? They're able to get a couple picks there, and that is just going to let What the Hell continue the push that they just had here. So what I thought was just a dead push in the water is just going to continue going on, and now getting into such an aggressive position, What the Hell is going to be able to grab that and move forward a bit.
Yeah, they got that first checkpoint under their belts now, so they just got to get through into that elbow area of the street and take that second checkpoint. But from this perspective, we see Bingo taking out Johan with an awesome Inkjet snipe there. So Spin is going to be stepping up to the plate to take checkpoint 1 here for themselves. Now you have Apple watching this drop area. Going to be super major, especially for Woomy trying to come in and take the flank here, because watching this left-hand side is going to be so important and crucial. And they're going to take it a step further and kind of break into there while that tower sails into checkpoint number 2. And it looks like we're not trying to push the tower too aggressively right now, Fusion. We're kind of just trying to see where we can take our fights if you're Spin right now and just hold the tower at checkpoint 2. But with 3 members now of Spin being down, What the Hell is going to try to make a powerful rebuttal here.
Ooh, Apple on this top right is very dangerous, and we can see exactly why. 2 super jumps coming back in, able to just like funnel their entire team up there onto that high ground. That's gonna let Spin continue pushing here. We saw them kind of use all their specials and just kind of strike a blank there, but they're able to find some stuff here. A Tri-Slosh over the wall is gonna find a pick. This checkpoint, which is very difficult, is going to get taken out thanks to the bubble and the Inkjet, but the bleeding is going to be stemmed by that snipe on the Inkjet there. Another Inkjet comes out here, but that seems like it's going to be the end of the push for Spin here. Nice stop from What the Hell, despite having a little bit of a rough time around that checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, that Inkjet, sniping an Inkjet out of the air is always going to be really cool to me. I don't care what weapon you play. I always think it's going to be impressive here. Woomy on an awesome sharking technique here, getting 1 kill, maybe looking to get a second one, actually gets taken out in the process of trying to escape there. But What the Hell having a strong presence here once again. They want to get these points on the board, Fusion. They don't want to be in a situation here where they get knocked out, because we are at this match point here. If Spin takes this game, it's going to be over for What the Hell. And so this is going to, at least for this bracket, it's going to be over for them. So they definitely want to try to push this tower as far as they can and take these fights carefully. The advantage is in Spin's favor to take these trades here with 2 members going down, though. I mean, What the Hell has a lot of space to try to push forward here, and with Tri-Strikes being online, they just have to withstand the Inkjet. But the jump is going to come in to try to push that just a little bit more, but it's going to be unsuccessful in doing so.
Really good job stalling by Spin there, able to just stay back and Inkjet long enough to get the important members in. So once you get that 52 in the splash wall, able to stall just a ton, but it's not over yet. Here comes overtime. Here comes 40 seconds left. It feels like overtime because this is the last opportunity for What the Hell to get in here. They do manage to find a lot of pressure on the checkpoint. Umi goes for the cheesy squid surge up the wall, able to get into the base, but not able to get any picks as Bingo is going to take them out. But What the Hell still manages to sneak the tower by. They get the lead, and that is going to put so much pressure onto Spin here. They have miles and miles to go before they get back in, and it is tower control. There is no overtime in TC if you time your strikes and stuff just right. But if Spin's able to be super proactive, super aggressive, they can get this done, and it starts with Apple on the flank here.
Yeah, and there they go on in, trying to take the fight with Moomy here, but two members on the right side form the perspective of What the Hell, but you have two Inkjets coming in to try to defend this tower for as long as possible to move it forward, and What the Hell has three members down. They only have a few more points to make up. You have only one member left alive here, just trying to stall and take it, but unfortunately Spin is going to come in and hit hard, and they're going to take us in a 3-0.
Oh my goodness, the double Inkjets.
Yeah!
Just feasting upon the members of What the Hell. That's kind of what they're thinking as they move in and just stare up at the sky, getting 2 hit by those 50 hitboxes. Crazy. Really good comeback by Spin at the end there, and just well played overall. It was a very tight set, but Spin managing to just be resilient and come back again and again. So they're going to be netting themselves a spot in Grand Finals. And that means that What the Hell is going to end up dropping down to that loser's bracket, which is in this top 4 for Proving Grounds.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt like I was playing baseball there for a second, Fusion. I was sitting there like pointing my finger and like swinging my other arm in a circle. I was like, go, ride that tower all the way home! And it's exactly what they did. I mean, the two Inkjets just kind of dancing around the tower at that second checkpoint. It was wild. The timing was just spectacular, and the pressure, I mean, could have been higher.
Absolutely, yeah. Getting the pressure over the wall there is certainly what helped Spin get back in that opportunity. They have that 4 seed, which, I don't know if the seed really matters at this point because there were so many upsets going into this top 4 that Spin beat Grimace Shakers on the way here. They beat Wipeout Punks, and it's they've certainly had a good run so far, and now they're putting themselves in contention to win the tournament with just a couple more wins on the board. But What the Hell still is not out of it. They're going to be facing the loser of Carrying Pulp and Sweet Tooth in losers semis here. It looks like it may be Carrying Pulp, but we'll see what happens with Sweet Tooth going into finals. Do you know who we have on Carrying Pulp and Sweet Tooth?
I'm not familiar with either team, but I do know that part of Sweet Tooth actually comes from the Decay roster. So, a frequent flyer here on Proving Grounds Decay we've seen a few times, and especially the original roster of Decay coming out on Swimmer Sink. I was like, wait, what? How did the S's go again? Swimmer. Yeah, swim or swim.
Swim.
Which is the one? I mean, what came first, the swim or the sink?
I don't know. Maybe we'll know when the grounds get proven.
Oh, true.
Yeah, we do have the rosters pulled up here. Yeah, Pulp and Pulp's Carry, as well as Banana and Baja, who I believe is generally on Tetra. I'm curious if Pulp is still playing Bamboo these days. On the other side, Daybreak usually on Nautilus, if I'm not mistaken. Junkie usually on Octobrush.
Yeah, Junkie is a very powerful Octobrush user, so getting to see them come back out in here, and especially with the aggression that Hermit brings to the table as well, definitely has a lot of support on the front line coming from there, and also matched aggression, to be honest. But, Sweet Tooth Fusion tonight has had a pretty awesome run so far. In their last game playing with ENRAGE, they went 3-0 against ENRAGE that put them into the top 4. So a lot of momentum coming into this game with carrying Pulp, but carrying Pulp holding a 2-0 over them. They got a lot of ground to be making up here if they want to move on and fight spin.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know. Carrying Pulp certainly. I don't know. When I hear that, it sound. You know, it has the same. It lives in the same spot in my brain as the phrase Breaking Bad. So I don't know. It's hard to explain why. But oh, there we go. Look, takes a look. Looks like Sweet Tooth manages to find themselves on the board here. We're unfortunately not going to be able to see this one, this match, but we can theorize what's going on here because they will be playing the same maps that we just saw. So it looks like Sweet Tooth took the TC Manta map.
Oh, nice. Okay, so moving into game 4. Game 4 of round 1. I believe was, drum roll please.
Thanks, Elemental, you're the best.
Yeah, there we go. Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. Okay, so that's where our folks for carrying Pulp and Sweet Tooth are at right now. And so knowing what we know here, I think it's going to come down to the 1v1 fight.
Yeah, it certainly can here. Rainmaker Sturgeon is definitely a bit of an odd map. I feel like it could. I don't know. This map feels very awkward in general. You know, it feels like you either push through mid or through top left, and either way, it feels because when you try and push through mid, you have just like a giant wall in front of you. Like it's Splatoon 2 launch day Blackbelly Rainmaker. There's just a giant wall between mid and where you need to push. So it can be a little bit awkward on this map for sure. I think, you know, Zipcaster could get some interesting value here. I think that's always something to keep an eye on. But I think that Banana has been on Zap a lot recently, which has certainly been more popular, and that's just a good fixture on Rainmaker as well.
It seems like NZAP has kind of been a fixture cross-game. Because especially when we left the Splatoon 2 meta, NZAP was a pretty high up there contender into the meta, and it's showing a really strong presence here now, especially with that cooler coming online. You know, I really feel like Nintendo just wants Chumps to work. They really want Chumps to work because they keep trying to just feed it a little bit more. And so a lot of times when you see that NZAP Chump come out, it's like, what's going on? You're kind of scratching your head, but it's like at the same time I feel like Nintendo is trying to push the Chump narrative on all of us.
I love the Chumps. I hope to see some more Chumps in the future. We've got like CDS who has the Chumps, Clash Blaster has Chumps, though we don't see that all too often, and a lot of future weapons that are certainly gonna get it. But yeah, Nintendo's definitely all like, won't someone think of the poor T-Tech and NZAP mains, and yeah, and 52 mains and all of those lovely weapons that we see also often. But yeah, Zap's certainly been, the vanilla Zap with the cooler has certainly been a really popular weapon recently, partially because of those ink jets, and you know, it just lets players and teams play very quickly, and I'm pretty sure both of these teams enjoy playing at quite an upbeat pace.
Yeah, I would believe it. If you're going 3-0 in your games, you're definitely not here to play around. You're here to prove your ground, but you're not playing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sometimes you need to ground your proof.
Yeah, sometimes you
reason
need
and
to
evidence.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going with this, but that landed somewhere. Not where I meant to, but it landed.
Sometimes you need to perform in the lab with the Inklings in order to have ground to prove.
That's so true, bestie.
Yeah, right, yeah. makes your expand, open your mind, free thinkers.
That's so true. I feel like a Splatoon amateur circuit low ink. I don't know. I don't have any puns for those. Wordplay for those.
I had to think really hard about the IPL one, so I had to be like, I-P-L. Okay.
MNOP QRS TUP.
Yeah, those ones.
Those ones, you know?
The other ones.
Yeah. Going into finals, we're going to be seeing Spin again, and Carrying Pulp or Sweet Tooth. Given that we are seeing Rainmaker, I don't think anyone ever knocks out on Sturgeon Rainmaker. I don't know if it's ever happened.
Yeah, it's a rarity
So-
when it does happen, because you kind of just get bottlenecked towards the last and final checkpoint. But, I mean, Fusion, can I just say, Spin has had an incredible time tonight on Proving Grounds. I mean, they got a bye in their first round, but then they moved up against Hydra in round 2, got a 3-0. They went against Jisha's capture card in round 3 and went to a 3-2. So they had quite a fight to win here, probably a pretty major fight before moving into Grimace Shakers in that 4th round, which I believe was on stream earlier, which... Again, Grimace Shakers had a really great run too, but Spin was able to take them down 3-0 after Grimace Shakers went 3-1 against Wipeout Punks earlier. So Spin too has had quite a ride coming in to the final fight here. And so carrying Pulp and Sweet Tooth definitely have their money's worth in terms of competitive action this evening.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, they've got enough to write home about. Yeah, so moving into finals, I mean, we see Carrying Pulp beat Chill Your Pants, who I think that was the team with, Caden... Kiwi, a couple other strong players as well, and we also see Red Sun got beaten by What the Hell, who's already dropped down to those losers brackets. So a lot of big upsets and strong performance. Yeah, we can see Spin is the only seed that was projected to be in this top 4 so far, and they're gonna they landed themselves a spot in winners finals already.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really exciting regardless of who's going to make it into this round 2 spot here moving into grand finals. I'm looking forward to it for them, especially because Proving Grounds is so neat because I feel that a lot of the times there's always going to be some of the same teams that are going to push their way into the top 4 or into the top 8, for example. But I feel like the winner most of the time usually always comes out different. It's always different, and there's always some crazy upset. And specifically what example I'm thinking of is how Secret Elixir was a low ink eligible team until they got into top 4 of Proving Grounds. And then immediately we were like, okay, you cannot play in low ink anymore.
You've earned yourself a DM from Mr. Popgun himself.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. And look at that. Carrying Pulp is going to take the 3-1 over Sweet Tooth there. So going into our finals, Fusion, we have Spin versus Carrying Pulp. We haven't gotten to see Carrying Pulp yet, but we've seen so much action come from Spin in the last 10 or so minutes. So we kind of know what to expect from Spin, but Carrying Pulp, once again, they got to be able to keep up with the aggression that Spin will take here, and especially the amount of adaptability that Spin has been able to present this evening.
Yeah, certainly. I think the adaptability is going to play a big role in it. I'm curious to see whether we see the Junior continue to come out from Spin, because Junior, despite being it was everywhere for a while and it disappeared. It fell off the face of the earth. So very interesting comp we're seeing from Spin with the shot, with the Zuka, of course, and the Junior 52 ballpoint. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic against Carrying Pulp, who I presume is going to be running Zap with that Tetra, and either Bamboo or Ballpoint. I'm not sure what Pulp's carry is going to, or what they're going to be playing in this instance, but I feel like we have a pretty good expectation of what to see coming into zones on Inkblot.
Bamboo into finals of Proving Grounds. I mean, anything's possible, I suppose.
I haven't seen Pulp play in a while. I know in Splat 2 they were a Bamboo player, but I don't know whether or not some players have been going back to it, but not everyone. So I'm praying for the Bamboo. I don't think we're gonna see it though.
I feel like we all just need to kind of hold out hope for the things that we love the most, that they are going to become better. And I'm looking at SOS a couple weeks ago when we had 2 pencils in finals. And I was like, who is using pencil and why in this meta and why is it happening in finals of SOS? I mean, what is going on here? And so I think it's one of those things where you really just need to try to believe in the change and in the power that a weapon has. So if Pulp really does come through with the bamboo and brings it out here, especially against what Spin has been cooking with this evening, I mean, I'm all for it.
I don't know. We'll have to see. As I assume the players are getting into the lobby here. Zones on Inkblot's an interesting one to start on for sure, because I feel like neither of these teams are super duper zones oriented. I mean, I feel like I don't think Spin has pulled out a Splash-O-Matic in the games we've seen from them. So very interesting. I think Splash is kind of like the go-to pick on zones. Junior is going to have to be that main painter on the zone here, on zone's Inkblot. While Carrying Pulp is certainly going to be more of an aggressive team, but I'm not sure what to expect from Carrying Pulp in terms of team comp completely. But looks like we're not going to have to wait much longer. We're hopping right on in game 1. We do see the bamboo. I prayed for it. You made it come true. Thank you so much.
Thank you everybody so much. I would like to dedicate this game to Bamboo and Pom Pom. Here we go. Not a lot of change coming out from Spin. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Fusion. So not a lot of change coming out here, but Carrying Pulp making a really strong presence on the zone right in the beginning here. Mugo, unfortunately, going down there, though, trying to take the fight with the Tetras. I think the Tetras is going to be really good here. You want to have that mobility, and there's a lot of walls that you can try to zoom behind and try to duck and cover for. But here we go, finally. Carrying Pulp is going to get some points on the board here. They're going to make their presence really strong, but that Inkjet coming in from Bingo is not going to last very long, as Pulp is going to come in close here, allowing Pom Pom to have a lot of space to move forward. Carrying Pulp's holding on tight to this zone here, Fusion. I don't know, Spin has got to do something.
Yeah, I mean, without something like a Crab Tank, they're lacking a little bit of that kind of just explosive power. We see the Junior on top mid with the bubble. That's going to rain down paint all over the zone. That's going to do more than enough to clear the way for Spin, but that's not going to get the picks to really set up a lockout. And we see the Whales coming back in. Pulp's carry is going to end up going down over on that left side, and Spin just doing their best to hang on to the zone here as the Reef Slider comes in. What? That didn't kill. Huh? That's highway robbery.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're feeling the same way. We're all a little bit confused here at the commentator desk at that, because I'd also, like, if there was a ref in the game, I would challenge the ref on that one there. Following up, though, Mickey getting a really nice double pick there, unfortunately going down in the zone, though. So remember, if you do die, the opposite color does get painted onto the map. So dying in the zone is not favorable. You don't want to do that. And unfortunate for Mickey, that did happen there. And you know what? Sometimes it happens to the best of us. So Carrying Pulp is going to take the zone back over here. They're going to try to push for the lockout on Spin. But as we've seen before, Fusion, Spin is very keen on coming back from a lockout.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to kind of probably crutch on that Zuka and the Inkjet. The Whale's going to disrupt them. Unfortunately, moving Pom Pom before they get sniped by that Zuka. And they're going to end up getting taken down a little bit later, but that timing, that stall might just be enough for Carrying Pulp to hold on to some control here. We see it's a 2v3 situation here. King Mughal at Baja over on the left is going to be able to find a pick, create some space. Pulp's carry looking for the pick on Apple, not going to find it here, but Carrying Pulp is now bringing the timer down to 20 seconds. The game is almost over. Spin needs to make a move very quickly. They're 2 down, they're 3 down. It's just Bingo on the ballpoint, and they're going to be forced all the way back into the corner. Not going to be able to do anything, and Carrying Pulp takes that first game.
It's exactly what they needed to do. As soon as they were able to just kind of leave the ballpoint high and dry, they just had to wait out the range to keep the ballpoint away from mid. If the ballpoint was able to even take 2 steps close to mid, it could have gotten dangerous for Carrying Pulp there. There could have been another fight to try to be won. So Carrying Pulp coming out strong on this first game. I mean, the bamboo fusion, we did it.
We conjured it. I actually don't know if Pulp's been playing it throughout the tournament or they did it just because I saw they made a smiley face in chat. So we'll have to see if they continue to play it going to the second game. But yeah, carrying Pulp certainly felt like they made Spin have a hard time getting back in general. It felt like they just really didn't have Spin didn't have the kind of surefire ways to get in. And, you know, just running forward, dropping a splash wall, or trying to get a clutch bubble set up just did not create quite enough space for them. So we'll see if that kind of playstyle, the scrappy playstyle, is going to work a little bit better for them, if the Zuka shots might just land in TC Sturgeon, but I think that's certainly going to be key, key to whether or not Spin's able to take this back here.
Fingers crossed for those Zuka shots. One thing to take note of, though, I mean, Spin was so good about breaking back into the map when they were trying to fight with What the Hell. Different playstyle, right? But now carrying Pulp is actually finding a lot of success in locking them out. So it's really interesting when you have other strong teams come together and they're able to combat your strength, even though what you did previously was so good and was working out. And so it's interesting to see Spin kind of struggle against something that was working out really well for them.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see already carrying Pulp kind of backing up for that, for the tacticooler, and that's going to kind of pay off for them here. They end up going 2 down, but they're going to be back in a flash. Pulp's carry not able to find a pick there, so actually Spin is going to come out with the early advantage. Nice job on Apple to watch that flank. That's going to net them the first checkpoint. If they don't go down to the bamboo here, they should be able to grab it and, you know, just continue a push. Is already Snoo getting up aggressively. That's a huge bubble that is going to let the tower move in behind it. Despite 2 members going down, the tower's going to roll all the way to that corner. Now a full wipe is going to enable carrying Pulp to get back in and have a solid shot at this first check.
I liked that Snoo there was just trying to run away to try to stay alive as long as possible, knowing that as soon as their other 3 members were down, they were like, well, I'm alone in this. The tower's going to go as far as it's going to go. And they tried to prove their ground right there, Fusion, at the 43 mark. But carrying Pulp is going to try to follow up here. That Reef Slider coming in to try to maybe cause a little bit of spacing, maybe get some poking damage, I'm not sure. But with the Inkjet being able to come out from Spin here, with a combination of the Whale and the Tri-Zuka, the Inkjet does not last long. But carrying Pulp is going to try to pick up this tower once again. You have 1 member down on the side of Spin and the other 3 going to respawn in. Palm doing a really good job of taking the high ground here. You want to be watching where Apple is going to be. Apple being a really key presence here and a key flank. So having that Killer Whale come out to try to focus those members kind of on that right-hand side there is going to be crucial so they can focus on where Apple is. And there we go. Carrying Pulp is able to take the lead here. The Inkjet is, or the Inkzuka is going to come out. But with having Juice on that tower there, carrying Pulp is not going to be out for long.
Yeah, Banana riding that tower, Pulp trying to keep that tower rolling along. We saw the Tacticooler kind of acting as a shield there for that from that Zuka, but that seems like it's going to be it for this push from carrying Pulp. They're going to get back in relatively quickly because of that soda, but that's not going to be quite enough for them to hold mid in this situation, as Spin is just storming back in with a lot of specials, and Mickey knows the angles. Mickey's been labbing that shot onto the snipe of Sturgeon. That's a very good shot from that Zuka. Getting the pick on the back line is always a welcome sight.
Yeah, wow. The amount of physics that had to go into that shot for them to get that spot was actually very interesting and very, very well done. Mickey still, once again, is going to find themselves successful in the fight here, taking it up on the spinner. But carrying Pulp is going to flip this tower quickly as Spin is going to try to take the fight to them to make sure that possession does not change. They really just want to try to hold that tower there and not go down in these trades right now. I mean, but carrying Pulp is not going to make it easy for Spin right now. They keep on trying to push them into these 2v1 scenarios. But if you're Mickey, you're on a 3-kill streak trying to take one with you, and successful in doing that, I mean, if the trade makes sense, I guess take it.
Yeah, we have, this is, of course, tower control, and it's very easy. And Sturgeon Shipyard, I guess I meant to emphasize, you don't want to get full wiped here, because this is a snowball map for sure. We see Carrying Pulp kind of doing a good job just stalling in the mid. They don't want to go like 4 down at any point. You know, as long as they just kind of maintain that strong backbone, the presence in mid, the paint, they should have a good shot at just holding the game out here. But 2 picks and a stray super jump in, that's not exactly what they're looking for. But King Moogle is going to be able to find a trade, which is going to certainly help out. But Spin has a big opportunity with multiple members down onto Carrying Pulp.
That trade was absolutely crucial because Spin had to try to break back in to get somebody onto that tower. It just wasted time for them, and especially now they have 3 members going down. Carrying Pulp is holding tightly to this tower, and with Juice being able to come back out here, 6 seconds left remaining. I mean, they just need to push forward and be careful where these fights are going to be taken, and Pulp's carry is going to start us off with that.
Yeah, nice pick already from Apple. It's a very good positioning from the members of Carrying Pulp, but it's a good shutdown there. However, Spin needs to make a move quickly if they're going to want to get back in. Apple trying to make the most of that Zuka coming in, taking top mid, looking for an opening. They're not quite able to find one. The Tetra from King Moogle able to get behind and able to find a pick. They get shut down. Now 3 members over on the right side onto Apple. They're going to be able to get out in time. Now that's 2 members down. One of them jumped out. The mid is completely clear of members of Carrying Pulp now that that Tetra is gone, except for Banana, who gets on the tower just in the nick of time. The Zuka comes out on the tower. They're not able to find anything. The tower is going to continue rolling, but now no members on the tower except for the super jump. The tower continues to go. Pulp's carry able to find 1 and 2 and a 3rd on that tower and stop it just before that checkpoint. A little dicey, but Carrying Pulp holds on.
Yeah, that flank at the end there, absolutely crucial. I mean, it was going to go down in a trade on the first one, but just by a hair, they were able to win that first fight and then go in and take the second and go in for the third. Wow, Carrying Pulp. You scary.
And yeah, we can see exactly why they like that tacticooler so much. They're able to kind of play aggressively and reduce how much of an impact like going multiple members down, getting wiped is, which really kind of plays to their advantage. I mean, we saw Bahan, the Tetras, able to take advantage of that a lot. We also saw Pulp's carry on the shot, just making the most of it, getting in when they have the opportunity. If they have the soda, there's not really much reason to not go in. So they're kind of able to play aggressively with that, and they managed to get the picks they needed. So now they're just Carrying Pulp's just 1 game away from getting a spot in winners finals.
Oh, and that's got to feel so good, Fusion. I mean, especially with Spin coming off of probably a really really good win off of What the Hell. I mean, and Carrying Pulp being able to take now 2 games, bringing us to match point. That's got to feel so good for Carrying Pulp. And I bet that Spin is definitely feeling the pressure. You don't want to be too hasty here, and especially with a faster pace like Rainmaker Undertow, you got to be really careful where you want to try to take your fights. And trying to push people into a 2 versus 1 fight. You got to be really cautious.
Yeah, you certainly do. Rainmaker on Undertow is going to just make the tacticooler that we've been seeing consistently from Carrying Pulp more valuable. I think that, you know, the team composition that Spin's coming out is very hit or miss for sure. I think that if the Zuka shots don't land, if they're not able to get a bubble in a key position, they're going to have a hard time just like getting in for real. We saw them nearly take it back there a few times, but it's really going to come down to whether or not big plays are going to come out from the Inkjet, or we're going to see it from the 52 gal. We actually see Miki on the Splash-O-Matic this time, so that's going to change up the dynamic a little bit. That Crab Tank is going to be a reliable way for them to get back into mid. That's actually the first Splash-O-Matic we've seen all set in winners finals.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible, and I think it's also goes to show too that they're going to couple it up with that Inkjet as well. So Carrying Pulp has to be careful in how they want to try to shred through that Crab Tank, especially with the Inkjet having such a strong presence from Bingo here. Spin is going to be the first ones to pick up the Rainmaker, though. They do have 3 down, though, unfortunately, pretty quickly. Carrying Pulp coming out pretty aggressive to try to prevent that Rainmaker from going any further. So they're going to try to pick it up here, taking a pretty quick lead as there was only 1 point on the board from Spin. But, I mean, once again, Spin being super quick at coming back into this map. They don't let aggression get to them. They're able to play really good defense, kind of hold out for the long haul, and get back out after a lockout situation.
Yeah, who would have expected Spin to be quick to rotate? Who would have thought? But Apple over on the pedestal, 3 members down, looking for the 4th, barely able to get them. That's going to be a very clean check coming out from Spin. Apple moving aggressively. They're able to get the wall down. That's going to be a pick. This is a huge opportunity. Now with multiple members in that top left, the Rainmaker could continue moving forward. They're able to get a couple points. The Crab acts as a wall, but also acts a bit as a umbrella shield there. Is going to get the Rainmaker taken out. Pulp's carry taken out as well. And Spin is going to mostly clean up from this push here. 41, not the biggest damage, but that's the check out of the way for carrying Pulp, or sorry, for Spin there. So it's still a fair number of points on the board, and Apple managing to get back quickly is going to just give this push another breath of fresh air. The Rainmaker is going to get a few more points.
Okay, the Junior taking the fight with the T-Tech was absolutely huge because the amount of time it allowed Apple to get back in there to provide the jumps, absolutely huge for Spin here. Carrying Pulp has really strong presence on their side of the map, though. I mean, but with Spin being so far pushed up, it's making it hard for Carrying Pulp to really try to find their footing, to try to reestablish some kind of foothold here in their own spawn area. So Spin really just needs to try to keep up this aggression, keep up their foothold of Ink on the floor here, and then they will have a good time with it, especially with Mickey coming out with this Crab Tank. This is a really good time for it, allowing the Rainmaker to reset, especially because they have eyes on 3 people right now, Fusion.
Yeah, really great spot for Mickey on that with that Crab Tank. The Reef Slider's not going to find anything. Looking for the Rainmaker, not able to find it either. And Spin has been very dominant this game. It feels like this is an entirely different team now with the dynamic just ever so slightly changed. The Inkjet comes out looking for even more points on the board. Bingo, not able to find anything just yet. They are chasing down Banana, not quite able to get it. They help their teammate, and just keeping the Rainmaker forward, not getting wiped in this situation is going to do wonders for them. Now with such a big lead on the board, and carrying Pulp not even past 90 yet.
Yeah, they just, Spin has such a good hold on mid right now. They're making it so hard for Carrying Pulp to try to come in. Apple, once again, finding themselves in a really good spot here. They got a little bit of damage on Moogle down below there, but with the Tetras, they have so much more mobility, but rolling into 3 people is a little less than optimal there, I would say, for Moogle. So Spin's going to pick up this Rainmaker once again. They're going to try to keep pushing towards this left side. It seems like they feel really confident in having an advantage on this left side here, Fusion, because this is like their 3rd time trying to go this way here, and it looks like the members of Carrying Pulp are going to try to flank in from the right and be successful in doing so and make that Rainmaker fall right where it stands.
Yeah, so this is a pretty clean take back of mid from Carrying Pulp here. So this is going to be their opportunity to really strike back now. Less than 50 seconds on the clock. They're going to need to make a move quickly. Banana has the cooler online for their team. Not able to find the 52 just yet. They are able to get that pick, though. So now they have an opportunity to move forward. The Tetra goes down with the cooler, so they'll be back. But now, without, the real clean opening that they need, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. They're going to need to get basically a full wipe, a very strong push, probably over on that left side, if they're going to be able to win this.
Yeah, and I'm worried that they're going to do that, especially because they just burned 2 specials right there with the Whale and the Juice coming out here. And especially now going 2 members down, unfortunately, hopefully having Juice in their pocket to get back into the map quickly. Mickey has just been on fire tonight, though, with this Crab placement.
Yeah, they've certainly, for switching to Splash just this game, they've done a lot of damage with it. So now the Rainmaker is now going to be the last man standing. It's overtime. The Jet comes out for it and is able to hunt down and take out that Rainmaker, sealing the victory for Spin, and that's going to put them on the board here going into Game 4 of Winners Finals.
Yeah, they still want to be in this game right now, Fusion, and it is very clear here with the defense that they were pulling out there. I mean, I think absolutely key thing was having Mickey on that Crab Tank. I mean, the positioning that they had and the places that they were able to be and amount of cover they were able to provide, and especially a magnificent body block by the crab tank that we got to see earlier, protecting the Rainmaker just for a few more seconds that they needed. Absolutely crucial win for Spin, and it looks like too, Spin, that was a map mode that Spin maybe has had a couple of 1 or 2 games under their belt in wins on that one. I mean, they were just coming out strong from the get-go. But going into Brinewater Springs, this is a very bottlenecky situation map because there really is only one way to get into the basket area here. And so with the amount of keen flanking power, but also keen to the flanking power that both teams are exhibiting here, I'm curious to see how is the straightforward push going to go for them.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Actually, now Pulp's carry moving over to the Splash-O-Matic. Now we've gone from 0 Splash-O-Matics to 2 Splash-O-Matics, 1 on each side. Both teams kind of feeling like they don't have those burst bombs. They don't have a reliable way to get in. And so we'll be seeing them coming out here. Of course, Crab Tank very strong on this map. The middle of the map's just no man's land. It's completely barren and open. So a weapon that can just shoot across the entire map is very valuable. Already we see the 52 and the Junior comboing over on that right side to set up some pressure. Apple on the flank here. They're able to get not quite a pick on Bulb's carry. Barely just able to... God, words are hard. Anyways, they're able to just get a couple hits on and get a trade out of that situation, but because they were not able to sneak in unnoticed, that's not going to be a big opening. So we're still here, stuck in neutral, nearly a minute into the game.
Yeah, Apple there having not only one big trade, but then also taking down, taking that 2v1 fight and taking out some time off the clock and just distraction there. But unfortunately for Spin, just not having really anybody there to try to utilize it. Probably wasn't expecting to get found out so quickly, as you were saying. But still a neutral game here, Fusion. I mean, we're just trying to see where the fights can be taken, but with having 3 members down on Spin, this is going to be carrying Pulp's moment to carry the Pulp into the basket area here. You have Tom with that power clam going to initiate that first break. Plenty of follow-up to be had here from carrying Pulp coming in from that midsection there. They want to hold this basket open for as long as they can to try to delay any sort of comeback coming in from Spin.
Yeah, really nice rebound. They came in off of the multiple members going down on Spin, able to get some good points out of it, and most importantly, they got out with multiple members alive, and that is going to let them just continue to hold the middle of the map here. We can see Carrying Pulp is playing the sides a lot. It's been very difficult for Spin to really take them out here. They don't want to chase them down and just waste all their time against like a Tetra, a weapon that could, if it wants to, just run away forever. But now here, yeah, Carrying Pulp just cleaning up mid with that Crab Tank Bamboo combo. All of the chip damage coming in, able to get a power clam on the line. Seems like there's a little bit of support here, but it looks like Spin is getting back into the basket quicker than Carrying Pulp anticipated, but managing to sneak a whole power clam in the meantime.
Holy survival, Batman. I mean, that was in the middle of like 3 people, and they were able to secure that power clam in there. That was wild. 33 on the board right now for Carrying Pulp. 3 members down. Bingo's going to push up right forward here and get really comfortable into the spawning area of Carrying Pulp. You have Mickey trying to follow up a little bit here, trying to take the fight with Pulp's carry, but Pulp's carry is going to find success, but there's still clams coming in from Spin right now with the jump from Snoo. They're just not, they are close enough, and they're going to take it to the 45, but unfortunately with the team being wiped, that is going to stop Spin's push there, and Carrying Pulp is already quick to follow up.
Yeah, we can see them already under the enemy basket, ready for another push of their own. They have the Pity Clam online. Pulp's carry is going to get a little close, not quite enough for a jump, and now they're going to have to bail as all of the paint turns the other direction. They're able to catch Apple out before they set up behind the wall. Really big opportunity there. The bubble is going to force them to back up a little bit, and now with multiple members down, Carrying Pulp is in a bit of an awkward situation. The power clam is going to end up backing up, but Spin getting those super jumps back into mid. They're going to be able to get something started if they're able to move in cleanly.
Yeah, and not quite there as Apple unfortunately goes down, giving Pulp's carry plenty of time to pop that crab tank. You can see the members of Spin immediately retreated back into that ramp area near their basket. But we have a power clam in each hand right now. So, I mean, it's anybody's game to try to pop this basket. You really just need to be successful in where these fights are going to be taken. So we have Juice coming out for Carrying Pulp. However, we did have that crab tank coming out for Spin and the bubble a really good jumping point for Spin to try to come in here, but also defense. But with one member going down, Carrying Pulp has the man advantage here. They just need to play solid defense and prevent Bingo from coming in to prevent any more damage. And they're successful in doing so, Fusion. Carrying Pulp is holding on tight here.
Now they're able to get some picks, but now they're 2 down. They're 3 down. Here comes a big opportunity for Spin. They grab the power clam, but that bamboo is going to get the pick. Once you step in ink just for a little bit, bamboo could possibly take you out. And so Carrying Pulp's going to hang on to mid here. Now without a power clam, Spin's going to need to make one. Going into the last 25 seconds of the game, they're just looking for some specials. They don't have anything online just yet, and Carrying Pulp has all the time in the world to get themselves set up.
Absolutely, it's going to come down to specials here, and we have 3 specials online for Spin, so it is now or never, Fusion. They gotta be careful in trying to break in here, and this is where it's going to start. You have Bingo coming in on the Inkjet here, trying to go after Palm, who has the power clip. They're successful in doing so. 3 members of Carrying Pulp go down at the same time, but 2 members go down in the process from Spin as well. Moogle trying to take the fights here, giving Carrying Pulp just enough time to take all the members of Spin down. Carrying Pulp is going to take this battle from 3-1. Holy smokes.
Oh my goodness, that play from Baja, from King Moogle at the end there was just, it really can't be understated. It really can't be overstated how clutch that was. You saw one of the members of Spin get taken out with the power clam in mid. We saw the Inkjet come out. They realized that that power clam is their only way to get in. We saw King Moogle just guarding that clam once they went back for it. Even the juniors bubble couldn't protect them. We saw Baja able to get a couple picks, able to catch all of the jumps coming back in and stop the comeback that could have been in their near future. So that's going to be 3-1 victory from Carrying Pulp, sending Spin to losers and sending Carrying Pulp to grand finals.
So we're going to be seeing in grand finals, we have Carrying Pulp versus
Mystery Team.
Mystery Team. Oh, it's a mystery. So looking down at the bracket here, thank you so much, Elemental. We have Sweet Tooth moving into losers finals, taking a 2-0 win over What the Hell. What the Hell went 3-0 or 0-3 against Spin, and we just saw Spin and Carrying Pulp together here, but Carrying Pulp is going to be moving on to the finals. So your grand finals fight is going to come down to Spin or Sweet Tooth? Question mark?
It's going to be the winner of Spin or Sweet Tooth coming out into going into grand finals to face Carrying Pulp, which are going to be both the teams that Carrying Pulp has beaten so far. So either one of them is going to get a rematch out of this situation.
Okay, sounds good. So Spin is kind of being sent back to the drawing board for a little bit. If they're able to take this fight with Sweet Tooth, they are going to have another chance to try to fight Carrying Pulp again, which I absolutely believe that is what they would want to happen here, Fusion. I mean, they wanted to win so badly, and you could see that, and it was just unfortunate the way that it kind of snowballed at the end there. They had the specials in hand, but just Carrying Pulp was just kind of ready for it and knew that that's exactly what they were going to try to do and just combine special usage. So they kept their eyes peeled for it, and they were going to hold on tightly to that. So Spin going up against Sweet Tooth. This is going to be a really good matchup too, because as we were saying before, Spin has really incredible and keen eyes on where flanks are going to be, and also Apple just having such a strong presence on that 52 gal, and the walls that they were putting out are absolutely major. But it looks like we're going to actually take a little bit of a break here before we maybe take a little peek into losers finals. So don't go anywhere, you guys. Proving Grounds 18. We're at the final countdown here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody? Welcome on back. Proving Grounds 18. I am Saf, where I'm here with Fusion. As Falco put it earlier, Seattle's finest, and he is right. He's so right about that. And we're looking at Spin and Sweet Tooth. Fusion, we just hung out for a while with Spin. Pretty impressive gameplay that we got to see last time, but Sweet Tooth is going to be a pretty amazing contender for them to try to grapple with going into Splat Zones on Mako Mart, so...
Yeah, both of these teams lost to Breaking Bad or whatever, the carrying Pulp. That one. And so we're going to be seeing some action from both of these teams who both went 3-1 against against them so far. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect here, but Mako Mart generally is a very kind of cluttered a map where weapons that have like AoE, things like Brush, can do a lot of damage here. And of course, we are in losers, so that means it is going to be a best of 3 situation. So it's really do or die for either of these teams here. Spin has looked very strong, but so has Sweet Tooth just a few matches ago. So I'm not sure what to expect here, Saf.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think Spin really needs to try to hold on to that, like, vanilla T-Tech that Mickey was bringing out. But I think in this case here, I think that Splash-O-Matic that Mickey was bringing to the table with that Crab Tank is going to be absolutely huge here for Spin. But, I mean, Sweet Tooth has a really powerful force to be reckoned with as well, and especially with Hermit coming out on that splash of their own, and also with the follow-up from Junkie, too. You really got to be cautious about where Junkie is going to try to flank from. So, take your battles wisely, fight for the zone, and don't forget to paint the floor. Here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Junkie over here on that left side. That's going to create an opening for Sweet Tooth here, as there were 2 down. Sweet Tooth does have the initial opening of the zone here, but I was going to say it's not the strongest here, but Keto over on that right side with the Wiper, able to find a pick, and already it looks like Sweet Tooth is pushing their advantage, able to really just continue to push Sweet Tooth's hold, as already the timer's down to 60. The Crab Tank is almost ready to come out, but it seems like Sweet Tooth is doing a good job playing aggressively, stopping Sweet Tooth from even getting into positions where they can get that much value out of their specials.
Yeah, and right off the bat there, you had Bingo trying to push onto that right stack there. You want to be really cautious of who is going to come out on stack and try to take it here. So being able to prevent Bingo on Spin is going to be major here for Sweet Tooth, and a really successful delayed wipe at that coming from Sweet Tooth against Spin. They've kind of just been delay wiping them time and time again here coming into the zone, but I mean, Spin is still really keen on getting back in here, and especially with Snoop bringing out that bubbler there. I mean, you saw 3 members just kind of umbrella-ing, turtling under that bubble there to try to keep alive, but still to no avail as 3 members of Spin go down once again. I mean, Sweet Tooth really keen on the soft wipage here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Spin did a really good job just getting that last bit here, because, you know, they needed to grab that cap in the nick of time, and they did that. They put like a 60+ penalty onto Sweet Tooth. Now Sweet Tooth seems to be overextending just a tiny bit, and that's going to let Spin get in here with all of their specials, or most of their specials, still intact, able to get in with just a few, and now they're ready for a pushback in of their own, or for a hold of their own run.
Absolutely major there. One thing I like to see is Mickey on that Crab Tank, but I like to see that they were painting the walls of the stack. It's those little things that can make the game so much more successful here, and especially with being able to paint those walls on stack, that's going to just allow for a lot of things to be more streamlined later on, as Spin is going to take away this penalty pretty quickly, and they're going to try to streamline their way into this lead. The tri-strikes are coming out, though. Junkie does have that Zipcaster online. They were able to get an excellent double pick there, the stamp to follow up, but with 3 members now going down on the side of Sweet Tooth are the ones finding themselves having trouble staying in this mid area and trying to contest Spin.
Yeah, as soon as Spin got set up, they've been doing such a good job holding. The paint is coming out. Apple goes down in the zone, which is a little bit awkward. The strikes come back in with only 1 tick of the timer left. It looks like Sweet Tooth is going to swing it back to themselves. They've done such a good job of holding so far. We'll see if they're able to really hold it now that their back is against the wall here, because they don't have the lead anymore with such a big penalty online. They need to hold it down, and with one member going down, Spin could have an opportunity to get in here. Keto over on that right side with a well-placed hammer, able to find a pick, getting chased down by the Inkjet, able to also corner that crab, but not able to take out its user, and that's going to let Spin get some more pressure on the zone, but Junkie yet again cleaning up, and that is going to let Sweet Tooth continue the hold without even getting flipped.
I mean, oh my gosh, putting that pressure on that crab was absolutely huge, and Junkie coming in from pressure to pressure and take away that ballpoint's attention from zone. They have only 1 second to try to flip it. Everybody's eyes are on zone right now. You have that rain on there as well, taking damage. 2 members of Spin going down. Oh, it just came into the actual like nitty gritty of those fights in the zone. I mean, oh my gosh, can I get a replay, Elemental? Oh my goodness.
Coming down to the wire there. Sweet Tooth, just after such a strong push at the start of the game, having trouble getting back in, they're able to just hold it down yet again, getting the flip just at the last second in the nick of time. Yet another one of those zones games where it just comes down to everyone painting the zone at the last second, and it looks like Sweet Tooth is going to be able to come out on top of that. And now they are only 1 game away from getting that rematch in Grand Finals. They just need to win this game of Tower Control Hagglefish against Spin.
Well, I hope you brought your reusable tote bags and produce bags, because we're taking a break from our traditional supermarket at Macro Mart and we're moving into the farmer's market that's at Hagglefish Market today, Fusion. I mean, we're getting all of our good grocery shopping and healthy food shopping done today. But moving at a pace that is set for us with Tower Control. Now, the second checkpoint on this one, absolutely going to be the most crucial point to be taking. And especially because you only have 1 backline coming out here, and that's from Bingo that we've been seeing on this ballpoint here. From what we've seen so far, Sweet Tooth has not really ran a traditional backline role. So it's going to be interesting moving forward here how Bingo is going to try to take advantage of these canopy areas, and especially that L-shaped area where that second checkpoint stands.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether Spin's able to take it back, or Sweet Tooth will have a supermarket sweep here on Hagglefish Market TC. Unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of issues in the lobby is going to stall us for just a moment, but nonetheless, we'll be into Hagglefish zone, or Hagglefish Tower rather, soon enough. On this map, I think that really the key is going to be taking that glass, the canopy area. If you're able to get someone set up there, whether it's like a crab tank or something with some range, you can really do a lot of damage. And I'm hoping we see players take advantage of that here.
I absolutely agree with you, because that is the key vantage point in seeing where a lot of things are going on the map. And I want to really take it back to a game with Spin that we got to see earlier with Mickey. The first time we saw Mickey pull out that crab tank, there was a moment there. It was on the Undertow Rainmaker game, I believe. They were able to see 3 different members of carrying Pulp. So if you're able to take the high ground successfully here, I mean, if you have 3 members of your opposing force in your sight line as the back line, I mean, that can be really huge for callouts into where you want to try to position yourself to try to take fights. So I absolutely agree with you. The high ground and the canopy area is going to be absolutely major with control.
Yeah, certainly. But I think that's Sweet Tooth doesn't necessarily have the setup to hold that position just as well, but they have some good tools for taking the other side of the map over closer to the tower in the top right with like the Zipcaster or that Nautilus. We'll see what happens here, whether or not whether or not Spin is going to be able to storm back in on this map, where they're just sticking with the tried and true Mickey on that shot, as well as Keto switching over to the Tenta missiles, which is an interesting pick here on tower. Just got to be aware of those beacons. Sweet Tooth is going to be back and back in a flash, so Spin's going to have to make it count, and already Mickey with a very nice pick from that Zuka is going to create a big opening for Spin to take this first check.
And, you know, sometimes you gotta wonder, especially people that were playing Trizuka weapons at the beginning, is that something that they just ended up picking back up because it was working originally? Anyway, Spin having a strong opening here. We're already down to that first checkpoint there in front of the canopy kind of L-shaped area there, but Sweet Tooth is going to be quick to respond here. You already see Junkie and Daybreak moving up together past the midpoint. You have 3 members moving up past the midpoint, and there's those beacons. That's going to be absolutely major for Sweet Tooth to try to get back into this map area, especially because we don't have any juice. There's actually no juice on either side, so quick respawn not quite in the favor of either teams here, but Sweet Tooth is doing a good job of taking this first checkpoint. They're going to go ahead and flip this lead relatively uncontested here. They're focusing their specials in the right spots right now, Fusion, as they make their way to checkpoint 2.
Yeah, they're doing a good job just kind of guiding the tower forward, not getting too far ahead of themselves. They're able to get some picks as a reward for that. And Daybreak, as well as Keto, guiding them into the missiles. They're just going to do such a good job. This is such a slow, really planned out push coming out from Sweet Tooth, getting past that second checkpoint, just continuing the push. We can see members of the Sweet Tooth just staying alive this whole time. That is just an absolutely huge a huge ability on this map, which most teams are not able to do. Apple moving in quickly. The beacons are not going to save that super jump in from save that super jump in. So Spin able to kind of storm back into the middle of the map, but this is a huge push. Getting to the last checkpoint is very difficult.
Yeah, and it looks like Spin is going to really take their time with that here afterwards. They're just going to let the tower kind of sail its way slowly back into mid. They want to be careful with these fights here, but with Snow going down, Keto trying to push Bingo. Bingo taking full advantage of their range here, but they are going to be the only one left alive for Spin right now. They do have that Inkjet online, but I think they're going to wait to kind of push until their teammates can try to come back in here. They don't want to give up too much ground because they know that Sweet Tooth has to come to them. So they have plenty of time to wait for their teammates to come back into this map here. So they're going to try to push the mid area. They push Hermit all the way back past the mid area. So Spin is going to push this tower back to mid once again here. Bingo playing an excellent defense game and playing it really close to the belt.
Yeah, now it's just going to be a matter of pace. Spin needs to move quickly. They have to get rid of those beacons as soon as possible. Bingo moving up, waiting for that Inkjet. We can see them eyeing it up. Here comes the Fizzy Bomb for the last bit of paint. Here's the Inkjet online. Are they going to be able to use it? The Zuka in the top right gets a very important pick. That means there's no one in the top right. It's just going to be the Wiper up there. The Jet comes to push them back. That's not going to find anything just yet, but that's going to enable the tower to move forward just a little bit. Spin able to just get jumps back in and continue the push. Not able to find it here, but able to get a lot of value out there as they continue the push, getting 2 down onto Sweet Tooth.
Oh my gosh, Snow played it so careful there. They waited for Keto to push forward before they set up on that tower there, but with the tri-strikes coming out, you have Bingo trying to fight there. They go down. Only Snoo is the only one left. I mean, the amount of defensive pressure that Sweet Tooth is applying here is absolutely huge. They are using those tri-strikes at the most opportune moment, and they give themselves so much space to move around as well. And especially Hermit and Daybreak here are working together so well. They are just allowing each other so much space and time to try to maintain themselves and maintain their pressure on this map. The tri-strikes once again are going to come out. Junkie is going to zoom in here with the Zipcaster to try to cause some distraction and some confusion among the members of Spin. As they're flying out, they're taking Mickey down in the process, looking to take the fight with Apple here as they are also moving the towers simultaneously. Sweet Tooth has only 50 seconds to try to hold on to this lead.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth holding on to the lead, but they're in complete control of the middle of the map here. Spin needs to make a move. Miki in mid trying to find a pick. They get double teamed. They find themselves in an awkward spot. That's going to be 2 down against Spin. They have 30 seconds to make a move as it's just Bingo on the ballpoint left. The rain comes out. The pressure is back on from Sweet Tooth. They're going to just continue just pressing them against the wall. What even can Spin do at this point? They need to find the picks, and they need to find them fast. There's strikes and missiles that are going to make pushes back in extra extra difficult. Spin needs to move quickly. They even have the beacons to deal with as well. And already Sweet Tooth just setting up for those specials in overtime. Here comes Keto. They have the missiles online. Here come the strikes. Is anyone going to run at the tower? No one's able to get on just yet. Hermit making a run for it. Here come more specials. Sweet Tooth is going to solidify it. Locking down that last bit of the game is going to net them a trip back to Grand Finals.
I loved seeing Keto there at the end. Not only were 3 members of Spin marked, but they were just clutching their pearls with those missiles there before deciding that they wanted to use them. In my brain, I was thinking, the tower's in mid! They have to go mid! All of your missiles are gonna focus mid! Focus mid! But just them waiting there to see kind of what their teammates were gonna do, I mean, that is just a key example of showing when to trust your teammates and trust that your teammates are going to be successful in their fight with pushing up there. So congratulations to Sweet Tooth moving into Grand Finals and against carrying Pulp too. So congratulations, first of all, to both of these teams making it this far into Proving Grounds 18, but also congratulations to to Spin for taking 3rd place. That's still amazing. That's still absolutely amazing with the run that they had and who they were fighting against. So hats off and handshakes and 07s to Spin for hanging out with us here tonight.
Absolutely. Great plays from Spin, but we are going to be seeing the rematch of semis, which is carrying Pulp versus Sweet Tooth. We'll see whether or not Sweet Tooth's able to kind of bring that momentum that we've been seeing from them into the next game here, or into the next set here, rather, or whether or not Carrying Pulp is just going to lock down the same way they have done in all the sets we've seen so far. It felt like Sweet Tooth had a little bit of trouble just getting past Carrying Pulp, but it certainly seemed like they didn't have much issue in the previous set. Carrying Pulp is going to be running that Zap, Tetra, and Bamboo along with the shot. So we'll see what happens going into Clamblitz on Museum. Starting, with a Clamblitz game is certainly going to kind of prove like the ultimate test here.
Gonna prove the ultimate ground, if you will. And I just want to say, Bamboo in Grand Finals, that's a whole basketball of dog. Yeah, it's real and it's wonderful because you love to see some kind of interesting weapons make it out on top on this type of gameplay that we get to have here on Proving Grounds. Clam Blitz though, I mean, Museum Clam Blitz is a really fun one because as soon as your platform control kind of goes sideways, it can be over. And also that little tiny pillow on the left-hand side when you're facing a basket, absolutely crucial, and I feel like is incredibly underrated.
I mean, this is certainly a map where something like a Tetra just getting back in repeatedly can be so annoying because even on like the left side of the plat, people can back up so far, and just enabling your team to continuously jump there on a push is really valuable. So we'll see how much Carrying Pulp's able to like leverage that here, or whether or not Sweet Tooth is going to be able to do some of the same thing. We did see the beacons coming out as well as the missiles, so I'm wondering if they're going to come out with that here as well.
I think the missiles would be very helpful for them here, especially because the amount of verticality that you can have with different defensive positions on your own platform can be absolutely hugely disrupted if you have missiles in your back pocket. So if Keto chooses to stay on Wiper, I think that's still a good choice for them, especially because they were really successful in their last fights on that Tower Hagglefish match. But just having those missiles at their disposal, I think, is going to be absolutely huge for displacement value, especially because Carrying Pulp has been so mobile. And I'm curious to see where the Bamboo is going to really kind of fit in for them here, especially because Sweet Tooth's positioning can be really hard to kind of combat with a comp like that. So,
yeah, I'm personally a really big fan of Bamboo in the comp. I think that with Tetra it works very well. I can't remember exactly how much damage Bamboo does. Is it like 85? Either way, it nearly kills, and so having a weapon that's able to kind of chase people down and just hit them with a stray bullet occasionally is very good. It works with chip damage really well for the same reason. I think the zap complements it very well. In addition, I think that it does indeed do 85. Thank you for the confirmation on that.
Yeah, thank you. We needed an insider look. Thank you so much, Elemental.
But yeah, you know, just kind of like having the chip damage and combo with it is very valuable, especially works with Burst Bomb or even the Azuka indirect hits. So it's a very solid comp put together. I think as well, Sweet Tooth's comp, while very different, is interesting in its own right. I think Nautilus is a great anchor because it's just able to kind of support the weapons that want to like run in and do a lot of damage, and Octobrush as well as Wiper are just that. And whether or not they're able to like get the picks they need is going to kind of determine how this goes. Just getting rid of the backline, getting rid of the super jump spot for carrying Pulp is going to be whether the probably deciding factor here for whether or not Sweet Tooth can make a dent in the armor.
Yeah, kind of a good like backline and someone to jump to, but also like a frontline backline. Nautilus is a frontline backline.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Yes.
Yeah.
It completely is. It's able to defend itself like disgustingly well. It doesn't run forward well, but it like you put a knot somewhere, you're like, ugh, I don't want to deal with that. You just put it off till next week.
Exactly, and then it also providing jumps into the front line, and like you just said, with having Wiper and Brush together to come in and kind of take the fights at the forefront, at the front line. You have not on the front line, but then you have them in the front line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think yeah, Tetra is one of the front lines. Regular Wiper is one of the front lines, but like, Nod is a front back line. You know?
Absolutely. Like it has like the type of capability that every single Splatling has, but it also like allows that like additional charge that you could hold on to, and also just, I mean, good retreat value. You also have tracking plus the rain. It's like, it's a good anchor position if you are playing a more aggressive comp and a more frontline heavy comp. It's a good anchor.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, looking at the array of maps that we've got here, you got Clams Museum, the old classic, Zones, Hagglefish, Tower Inkblot, Rainmaker, Undertow, and Clams Mako. It's kind of the murderer's row of stages, those three. Zones, Haggle, Tower Inkblot, Rainmaker, Undertow. I think like when you think of these maps, or when you think of these modes, like these are the maps that you see. And even Clams Museum might be one of them. I don't know what the Clams map that's like iconic to Splat 3 is, but I feel like these other ones are pretty, pretty...
It's gotta be Mahi Mahi. My money's on Mahi Mahi.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I
like Mahi
no.
Clam.
Oh,
like
okay, never mind. You're like, yep, I'm with it.
I'm with it. But I feel like in terms of like what we see in tournaments and stuff, it hasn't been Mahi Clam so far.
No, it probably never will be. Maybe one day.
I hope it is.
Maybe one day. In our future, in our post-apocalyptic future, it will be the best.
Yo, Ballpoint and Nod. I think this is pretty cool. Nod is like a mid-back line, you know? Or a front back line? I don't know. It does its thing too. The same as Nautilus. It holds its ground really well, and it has that inkjet. Already, Junkie actually on the Tri-Slosher this time. May be able to do a little bit of different things here, as Tri is what I like to play on this map. So, feeling a little bit of, I don't know what the word is. You know, I get it. I feel
inspired.
it.
Yeah, you're like, it's like I'm in the game. It's like I'm being represented in the game right now.
I feel represented.
And, double splatling is not something that is like unheard of. I don't feel that double splatling is unheard of, but I think that this combination of double splatling is something that I'm personally not very familiar with. Keto there trying to take a fight though with Palm and is unsuccessful in doing so. I mean, they were close in getting into the trade, but Sweet Tooth is actually going to be our first pop of the day here. With this one going into Grand's Junkie, finding themselves on a really good flank, helping out and getting a pick there, picking up Clams in the process, stopping the Re-Slider from actually taking off on the side there. Sweet Tooth is in a really good position here to try to make another pop, but I mean, carrying Pulp has a really strong presence on their plat, so they gotta be careful if they're gonna try to break back in here.
Ooh, multiple members going down, and that inkjet gets popped, and now it's kind of stranded. Junkie able to find one, trying to find more. Their jump is not as good as dead. Where did the members of Carrying Pulp go? They were pushing that entire time, trying to see if they're able to get a power climb in, but not able to get there quite fast enough. So that's going to mean Sweet Tooth's going to be able to hold on to most of mid, which is exactly what they're looking for in that kind of awkward 3-down situation. So Sweet Tooth, with now 20 clams on the board, has an opportunity to push here, but they unfortunately go multiple members down. Keto trying to just lock it down. They have the inkjet if they need be for that defense. Pom Pom trying to make a run for it, not able to get taken out just yet, but they're just one hit, just tap their toe, poke them with a stick, and they get taken out by that inkjet. And now, here's that big opportunity for Sweet Tooth.
Yeah, this is where that voice communication is really going to become key here. Keto having enough time to back up and take a power clam back with them. They know that they are at a disadvantage, so both members there of Sweet Tooth that are alive are going to pick up those power clams and retreat with them. I mean, they had 20 power clams or 20 clams at their disposal before. They still are holding on tightly to 16. We have 2 power clams here, but Carrying Pulp is going to try to come in to try to create a push of their own. Moogle going down. They're trying to look and see if Palm can get in there with a power clam. You have a flank coming on the right from Banana, a really awesome shark happening over there, but I mean, the members of Sweet Tooth, their defense is just kind of unbreakable here. They're looking for the jump though with Junkie on the ball, or on the inkjet there, and they're gonna double inkjet. They're gonna double inkjet into the basket area of Carrying Pulp that gave not 1 power climb, but 2 in there with some follow-up to... There are 2 members down here, 1 member left alive at this point at the 47 mark. I mean, wow, Fusion, that was quite a push.
That was really funny. The ultimate trap. You flank behind them. They think they're going to like triple team you jet, and then the person who jumps into you also jets. And now they're just like, well, but yeah, despite that being a really big push, they're not able to get a huge opportunity here, but actually, Pom Pom over in that top right, this is a really good spot to be in. Multiple members end up going down. Pulp's carry does have the Zuka online to try and find some extra. They're able to stall. That's enough to get them the lead. Not able to find a pick just yet. Hermit surviving that, but the Tetra going to come in, finish that off, and maybe even, if they're lucky, continue this, but not quite able to do so as the basket closes, but Carrying Pulp takes back the lead.
You can tell with the Tetra, though, that Palm was looking and just kind of waiting, like, jump, jump, jump. Are you close enough? Can I jump? You can tell that that's what they were asking in that BC there for a moment. Sweet Tooth is finding their way back into this mid area. You have Daybreak getting a really good pick there, but going down in the process. But Pulp's carry is going to respond by taking down Keto in the process, and Junkie as well. They're looking for the last pick here on Herman, but Herman is going to try to promptly back away, but getting taken down with the Trizuka in the process. They thought they were safe, Fusion, but to no avail, they were not. Carrying Pulp gonna launch this juice here. They want to try to get a few more clams into this basket because 39 against 47 is not a comfortable lead.
Yeah, that certainly isn't now. Pulp's carry trying to get in for some extra clams. They don't want to overcommit though, and they need to keep an eye on that flank. That high ground from Pulp's carry. This spot is so good on this map, able to get higher than the inkjet, and that's going to let them take it out. Now they are threatening a push of their own. They get the clam in the basket as overtime begins. Moogle able to get that 1 clam in to solidify the win. Carrying Pulp just storms back in with a victory in that first game, able to kind of quell the dominance that Sweet Tooth showed throughout that entire game.
And as the tape flies across the screen, one of the last things we see is that spinning barrel of the Nautilus from Daybreak coming underneath with the follow-up in the process. Wow, Carrying Pulp, that was quite a comeback there. On the replay, we have Daybreak, and you have Pulp's carry taking them down at the beginning. They're looking for that inkjet, and they take the inkjet from Keto down. Pulp's carry holding this right side here, trying to take a fight with Junkie. They take Junkie down as well. Pulp's carry popping off here, and this was this incredible shot here. Look at that, right in between the middle of the spinner there. They're able to take down Hermit. I mean, wowie zowie, you got to be feeling really good if you're Pulp's carry.
Yeah, wowie zowie indeed. They're able to just they break out the protractor. They just anticipate how far they're going to move in that opportunity. Able to get a clutch pick, and Carrying Pulp able to just take that game away from Sweet Tooths from the jaws of defeat. And, that strong opening is exactly what they're looking for against a team that just had a very strong showing throughout their losers bracket run.
For sure. And moving on here, we're looking at Zone's Hagglefish. Like you said, the first horse of the 3 horsemen of the Splatoon 3 tournament apocalypse grand finals round. I mean, a lot of places for Inkjet to really shine here. I mean, lots of high ground to be taken for Inkjet as well, but also a lot of good spots for backline to try to position themselves. But we haven't really seen any chargers. It's been all Splatling for backline here, or just no backline at all. So definitely a lot of Inkjet gameplay to be had. I think the whale from that bamboo that we've been seeing from Pom Pom is going to be huge here, especially for watching out for the flanking power that can be had. Thoughts, feelings, questions, comments, concerns?
I have a lot of thoughts and feelings, but most of them are not related to Splatoon. Hagglefish zones, yeah, this is certainly a really good spot for Inkjet, but something I think about when I look at the zone is it's flat. It's flat, it's open, and it's long. That is exactly what Bamboo is looking for here. They want some open space, able to control it really well, and Bamboo could possibly even hit that Inkjet. I think actually the double splatling again that we're seeing from Sweet Tooth works better on zones because they don't need to move their bodies forward nearly as much here. So we'll see how this all pans out moving into the game as both teams struggle for the zone here at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And already you can see 4 members of Carrying Pulp being up and present, already taking the zone into their favor, but also taking a little bit of extra space for themselves. Having that juice online as well is going to be crucial for them. They know that they can take fights, they can trade, and they will be back into this game immediately here. But Ballpoint is going to have that Inkjet online coming from the side of Sweet Tooth here. So they're going to wait for the most opportune moment to try to launch that for them. You have Moogle trying to move in and cause some distraction with that Reef Slider, but they aren't able to get a pick, I don't think, from it. So that's going to leave a little bit of room for Sweet Tooth to come in. Keto coming down, barreling down with this Inkjet here. Looking for a pick, but also maybe trying to find some control of mid with Junkie to follow up as well. We haven't been seeing Junkie on that brush as much lately, Fusion.
Yeah, we haven't. I'm wondering if they're not really feeling it against something like the comp that that Carrying Pulp is running. Maybe it's the Bamboo, maybe it's the Zap. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, they seem to be switching up with that Tri-Slosher, and that's going to provide them that extra Inkjet. Maybe trying to use that to leverage their advantage on the zone here. But already, Sweet Tooth just coming back into the zone, looking pretty strong here. Not quite having the lead yet, but Keto with a nice shot is going to be able to just press the advantage, hold down the zone here, maybe even get some extras out of it. Able to get one nice pick, looking for a second, but they find themselves outnumbered and outmatched here in the middle of the map. Now they're going to have to back up. Sweet Tooth's going to need to go back to the drawing board and setting up another retake.
Only 4 seconds behind, though, with a little bit of penalty. If they're able to hold that, just take that penalty away, it'll be an easy lead for Sweet Tooth to try to take here. So they gotta be careful when trying to come back into this map. They have plenty of time to do it. Don't get me wrong there. But if you have King Moogle coming in and taking a pick with that Reef Slider and getting some ticking damage as well, that gives Carrying Pulp plenty of time to launch that juice. But Keto's not going to let that deter them, especially with that Ink Storm coming in and getting that pick off of Hermit. So that's a lot of painting power taken off of the map from Sweet Tooth coming out here. So Carrying Pulp is going to switch that zone back into their favor here pretty quickly, and down to the 9. It's just a fight for the zone. It's amazing when the eyes on the objective immediately changes when you get this close.
Oh my goodness, the struggle for the zone. Baja got through to the other side and got a key pick that missed, nearly had it, but the Zuka is able to get a couple picks and finish off members of Sweet Tooth. Carrying Pulp I didn't think they were going to be able to hold that zone through that opportunity, but getting the kill just in the nick of time is going to net them the game. So really good job kind of using, they're lacking the paint. They can't win by paint alone on that. At the end of the game, they're able to use their specials to get the kills they need and, effectively get that paint advantage back.
And I'm just like jumping in my seat right now, Fusion, because like a lot of times when zones games come down to that last final push of everybody just throwing ink on the zone to just see what sticks, it's incredible because you're like, oh, crucial. Oh, but over there, huge. Oh, major. That was really good. And it's like all contributing to the same thing, but it's just like, oh, it just comes down to that final firefight.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's such a tough situation, the end of the game there. You're like, who do I target? Do I paint the zone? Do I go for the kills? And, you know, it's always critical to, like, you know, it's always easy to be critical when you're like, oh, dang, I should have painted the zone and not gone for the kill because they flipped it there. It's just always, it's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell what you should be doing in those sorts of situations. And Carrying Pulp did exactly what they needed. They were able to get that pick, and that won them the game there.
Absolutely. It was exactly what they needed. It was the right place and the right time for Carrying Pulp to take the game, and that's exactly what they did. But we're moving into Tower Control Inkbot. This is kind of old reliable for the game ending. This is the horse number 2 of the 3 horsemen of Splatoon Grand Finals map mode combos. This one's old reliable, as they call it, or as I call it anyway, but it should be a they. Major points to be taken here. You want to be watching for the bats area. If you're able to be super aggressive and to hold down your ground, if you're able to prove your ground, you will take the bats area of your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Bats is certainly a crucial position to hold. Once the enemy takes it, it can be so difficult to just get back in. And, you know, it's just like you need to know what positions are important on this map, and that is certainly one. If you're able to get it back in time, you could just stop their push before it even gets to the checkpoint. It's just like it's night and day whether or not you like hold that corner or whether or not you let it slip. So yeah.
All marbles on the table right now, though, for Sweet Tooth. They want to stay into this fight, but Carrying Pulp, this is the game that they need under their belts to crown themselves the PG-18 champions. So, Carrying Pulp, and also Fusion, I'd like to point out Bamboo sitting on the throne of Proving Grounds 18 here for Carrying Pulp if they win it.
Yeah, potentially Pom Pom looking for that second pick on the right side. They're able to clean them out. We can see the team just kind of swarming, looking for the picks, cleaning out mid before they move up and take the tower. The Not nicely getting poked repeatedly, able to just get called out by the team. But nonetheless, Keto is going to be able to get behind them. And that's pretty crazy because that's going to just stall them so much. We can see they're just moving around looking for them, trying to just find the pick, and they're not able to do it. They have just been looking for them this entire time, trying to clean it out, and that's given time for Sweet Tooth to get back in onto their plat and just slow down the advance of Carrying Pulp.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth is doing a good job of holding onto their plat area, though. Carrying Pulp hasn't really had a lot of space to try to push forward and take fights into their plat area, but it doesn't really seem like they need that space right now, especially because you have Pulp's carry on that awesome Trizuka there. They're so keen on taking their shots. And you also have Palm in the midsection here with that Bamboo as well, putting in a lot of picking damage. So if you're able to just get close, even with just a little bit of damage there, like we just saw there, putting one member of Sweet Tooth into a 2 versus 1 situation there, King Moogle trying to follow up as well. Tower, though, finally is going to be in control of Pulp here. You want them to get to that first checkpoint uncontested to try to really get a snowball effect going here, but Sweet Tooth is going to be quick on the respawn, and they're going to be pushing the members of Pulp out.
Yeah, they're going to be able to clean out mid here. And might I remind you, we're 2 minutes in. Neither team has taken the tower past 85. This seems like it's going to be the opportunity that Carrying Pulp needs here as they move multiple members into the corner, but no one is on the plat yet. They need to be careful of members just moving up and getting a pick, but that's going to be huge. The Bamboo gets a pick on Hermit moving at the tower now with the lead at 77. Sweet Tooth is going to just be able to just get some paint back in mid and slow down the advance, but they don't have a clean cut at it yet. They still have a 4v4 situation. Now at 3v4, Keto and those missiles finds themselves outnumbered, and that means that Carrying Pulp is just going to continue pushing here.
Yeah, Pulp's carry, getting that is huge. They are now at a triple kill streak here, I would like to add. So Carrying Pulp is going to take this tower once again. The soft wipe occurring on the side of Sweet Tooth. Palm is going to launch that killer whale there. A lot of displacement happening up on that flat if you are Sweet Tooth right now. You want to be careful if you're carrying Pulp trying to take these fights because you want to get this tower pushed as far as possible and being available for the jumps as well. And that'll be especially possible with having that juice online thanks to the end zap here. The tower's still moving for carrying Pulp, and they are playing this very carefully, Fusion. They don't want to push too far onto that platform, but they want to maintain a strong presence and keep enough inking power onto the field here. Nobody of carrying Pulp in this bats area here, but they are going to hold that tower in this right or this left side corner.
Yeah, Banana looking for the shark. They're able to find a pick out of it, which is massive. That's not quite going to give them all of the time in the world, but two members actually end up going down onto Sweet Tooth as a result, and that might be the opportunity they're looking for. Something that I noticed is that there's not that many pushing specials onto carrying Pulp, so they're waiting for this moment where they're able to get a couple picks. Two members going down, they push up very aggressively. Here comes the tower, but yet another member goes down onto carrying Pulp. That's going to be a bit of an awkward situation. Daybreak on the knot, able to find a pick, and that is huge. This could be an opportunity for Sweet Tooth to get back in here as they clear out members of carrying Pulp before that checkpoint. And now they have an opportunity to move up without being contested. The rain comes out, the ping control is going to swing back the other direction, and now with 1 minute left, Sweet Tooth needs to do something. It's do or die for them. They need to push the enemy bats, able to just get the tower to that checkpoint. Whether or not they're able to do it is whether or not they're able to stay alive here.
Absolutely. Daybreak just finessing their way around that tower to try to keep themselves alive. They still do. Oh, and as I say it, the juice actually goes offline. They did have juice online for a while there, but we're now in a 2v2 situation. Some damage being done to King Moogle there, and you can see Hermit trying to finish the fight, trying to maybe lure some of the attention away from that tower there on carrying Pulp over to Hermit there, because Sweet Tooth really has a lot of footing and ground that they need to gain here if they want to try to stay in this fight here. Junkie gonna try to look and see if they can take the bats area, maybe try to focus this tower, make sure the tower stays on the checkpoint for Daybreak to follow up. The juice is gonna come out here for Sweet Tooth now. They are gonna try to see if they can find a moment to push forward and try to utilize this rain as much as possible. Junkie moving into the bats area, trying to take a couple fights here, but there's 3 members down on Sweet Tooth, so carrying Pulp, taking it to a 3-0, folks. These are your Proving Grounds 18 champions.
Yeah, carrying Pulp and that bamboo along with it are going to be your champions. At that end there, we saw just what looked like a good push. Bazooka got a very nice pick on the tower. One of the members of Sweet Tooth was just not able to get on the tower because of that slick. The tower moves a little bit above the ground there, and Banana able to slip onto the tower and take that victory. So congrats to the members of, not Moonlight, members of carrying Pulp there.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they were able to get one really solid push. They got the lead that they wanted, and they were like, okay, we can work with this. We just got to play defense, and that's exactly what they did. Even though they were playing defensively, but they also were not afraid to take fights. I mean, Moogle consistently was on that plat area of Sweet Tooth, trying to take fights and trying to push people into 2 versus 1 situations. So they had a solid lead, and they still weren't afraid to try to take fights. So that's incredible. Congratulations to carrying Pulp.
Yeah, it felt like they understood like their comp, how they played very well. We saw them not trying to like overextend when they didn't have it, and they're just able to hang on thanks to the reliability that their play and their composition brought to the table. So great job from them. Bringing it back, what seed were they in this tournament? Because they've certainly gotten some upsets along the way here before taking the victory. So props. They were seed 10, so upsetting 9 people, I guess.
Good. That's gotta feel good. That's gotta feel really good if you're carrying Pulp.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, I believe that will be the end of Proving Grounds 18. So it's been a fun night commentating. Yeah, just confirming. Yeah, the top 4 seeds were 4, 9, 10, and 11. So just a wild tournament tonight. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun casting with you, Saf. I think this is our first time casting, and it's been so much fun.
Absolutely, I've had a great time here. And Fusion, I gotta know, and I want the good people out there of the Twitch and X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, universe, where can the good people find you? If they want to know more about you, where can they look for you?
You can find me at 8bitfusion_ on Twitter if I'm there. I'm trying to use less of it, I swear. Where can they find you, Saf?
You can find me on X or Twitter. If you're one of the OGs, if you know, you know. You can find me at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's on Twitter /X at Safirea. Or in just a short month, you can find me at Riptide in the beautiful city of Sandusky, Ohio. And I think you can find Fusion there as well.
Yeah, we'll both be going. Now I'm actually curious if we're going to end up like on the same flight or something.
It's possible. Seattle's finest, baby.
Yeah. Well, I hope to see some of you guys at Riptide, and I hope to see more of you guys next week for SOS, 2 weeks from now for more Proving Grounds action. Stay tuned. Again, it's been a pleasure. Have a good night, everyone.